Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the legendary Orochimaru with the Mad Scientist system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 181, in Konoha, most missions involving hired help came from the ordinary villagers. It was rare for ninjas, especially Jonin, to post tasks for lower-ranked shinobi. Jonin hiring Chunin? That sort of thing was highly unusual. Mikoto couldn't help but feel puzzled by this. Still, she adhered to the basic conduct expected of a shinobi. It wasn't her place to question Orochimaru's motives. In her mind, she simply reasoned that Orochimaru must be busy enough with other matters that he didn't have time to take care of such mundane tasks as cleaning. The thought that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Saiyajin, might just be lazy never even crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Orochimaru strolled through the streets of Konoha. The bustling, lively energy of the village invigorated him. There was something refreshing about seeing the people go about their daily lives after the harshness of the battlefield. Knowing that his contributions to scientific development had tipped the scales in their favor during the war filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Could a single person's influence change the outcome of a war? Sometimes, it could. Take Namake's Minato, who shifted the tide of battle in the Third Great Ninja War with a single decisive victory. Or Naruto and Sasuke, who became the saviors during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But in Orochimaru's eyes, no matter how powerful a single person was, they were still just one person. Relying on personal strength alone to change the world was an exhausting path. Instead of altering wars by his own power, Orochimaru preferred to cultivate talent and orchestrate events from behind the scenes, just as he had in his past life. He believed that finding and nurturing talent was the key. Once the right people were in place, he could entrust them with missions and battles, reserving his own energy for more crucial matters. Being the one pulling the strings, rather than the one always in the fray, that was the life he sought. Why spend a lifetime fighting battles yourself, no matter how strong you were, when you could guide others to do it for you? After finishing lunch alone, Orochimaru decided to visit the bathhouse. He found the experience of soaking in hot spring relaxing, a rare indulgence. It was mid-afternoon, and the bathhouse was almost empty. Orochimaru relished the peace and quiet, the steam and warmth easing the tension from his body. Draping a hot towel over his face, he felt the heat seep into his skin, bringing a rare sense of tranquility. Back at Orochimaru's house, a knock at the door pulled Mikoto from her cleaning. "Coming! Lord Orochimaru, you!" She stopped mid-sentence as she opened the door to see a tall woman wearing a purple coat. "Ah, are you Tsunade-sama?" Mikoto asked, eyes wide in recognition. "And you are?" Tsunade replied, studying the young girl with mild curiosity. "What are you doing in Orochimaru's house?" "My name is Uchiha Mikoto. Lord Orochimaru hired me to clean his house. But he isn't home at the moment," Mikoto explained, her voice carrying a polite, almost apologetic tone. Tsunade's initial reaction at hearing the girl was an Uchiha was a flicker of annoyance, but it passed quickly. The deep-rooted tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans had long since faded, especially after the decline of the Senju. Holding on to old grudges would be petty. Besides, there were only 2 Senju left. It made no sense for her to harbor resentment against a young girl like Mikoto. Still, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. So Orochimaru had to hire someone because she herself had never been good at housekeeping. "Well, if he's not here, I guess I'll be on my way." "Do you know where he went?" Tsunade asked, trying to keep her composure. "I'm afraid I don't, Tsunade-sama," Mikoto replied, shaking her head. "All right then." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Carry on." With that, Tsunade turned and walked away. But before she had gone far, her gaze caught a figure with long, white hair. "Dan," she murmured, eyes narrowing as recognition set in. That evening, the headquarters of Root was enveloped in shadow, with only the dim glow of a lone candle flickering in one of the rooms. "Orochimaru, you disappoint me." The deep voice resonated in the small space, tinged with disapproval. "What do you mean, Lord Danzo?" Orochimaru, who had come directly after a relaxing bath and dinner, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the greeting. Was this about Tsunade and the wood release? Danzo's uncovered left eye bore into him. You are a promising young man, Orochimaru. You should have become the greatest of shinobi. But look at you now. Emotion is the most useless burden for a ninja. Danzo continued, his voice tripping with disdain, as though delivering a lecture that he'd given 100 times before. Orochimaru listened, and understanding dawned on him. So, that's what this was about. Is that all, Danzo-sama? I think you're overestimating the situation. No, you don't get it. Danzo's voice hardened. Emotions make a ninja vulnerable. If an enemy finds and exploits that weakness, the consequences could be devastating. So is that why you're always alone? Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Alright, let's skip the lecture. This isn't why you called me here, is it? Danzo's expression darkened briefly before he sighed. No, it's not. The Sharingan? Orochimaru guessed. Exactly. There was no doubt that the war had given Danzo plenty of opportunities to gather Sharingan. The increase in activated Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, facilitated by Orochimaru's own research, had made obtaining them easier. The more Uchiha awakened their eyes, the more evolved forms like the three-tomo Sharingan appeared. With the increased numbers, security around the eyes loosened, giving Danzo a chance to collect them. Orochimaru glanced at the 12 three-tomo Sharingan displayed before him. Even he had to admire Danzo's relentless ambition. 12 Sharingan? Including the other 2 you already have, that makes 14 in total. That should be enough. But, are you sure you want to go through with the transplant? Orochimaru's voice was casual, but his eyes glimmered with intrigue. The risks of transplantation were significant. Once someone received those cells, it would be difficult, almost impossible, to reverse the process. It was a lifelong commitment with consequences. Danzo hesitated, a rare show of uncertainty. Do you think it's necessary? You helped Tsunade awaken with release, which could have been a reckless move, but you've managed to make her an ally, wise. Still, can you guarantee Tsunade's loyalty forever? That's the question. Danzo's voice softened, laced with doubt. I don't have many other options. Is power really that important? Orochimaru asked, maintaining his subtle, knowing smile. Of course. Only when you possess power can you truly understand its worth, Danzo replied, his expression resolute. Chapter 182. In front of Orochimaru, Danzo did not bother to hide his ambitions. He believed, without a shadow of a doubt, that Orochimaru was on his side. And why wouldn't he? On the surface, this was true. Orochimaru had been associated with Danzo since childhood, providing him with invaluable support and groundbreaking technology over the years. Danzo was confident in his ability to influence and manipulate, certain that Orochimaru had no reason to turn against him. Orochimaru didn't mind Danzo's assumptions. Let Danzo believe what he wanted, it made no difference to him. Orochimaru's interests lay elsewhere, and any allegiance he projected was simply a means to an end. The transplant operation was set for 3 days later. Tonight was too soon, and there was still some preparation to be done. Danzo's desire to become Hokage was no secret. Even the third Hokage was aware of his aspirations. But given the current state of affairs, Hiruzen didn't see him as a significant threat. He allowed Danzo to play his games, confident that no real upheaval would come of it. But was that truly the case? In the past, Danzo's ambitions had been quashed by a single decision from the second Hokage. Most influential families and clans aligned with Hiruzen, leaving Danzo with little to no support for his dreams of leadership. However, times had changed. Orochimaru's current strength was comparable to that of the third Hokage. Coupled with his significant contributions to the village and his reputation as one of the Sannin, he wielded considerable influence. This shifted the balance of power and introduced new variables that couldn't be ignored. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat with his hands pressed against his desk, deep in thought. The report from the ANBU operative still echoed in his mind. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes, Hokage-sama. The information is accurate," the ANBU agent replied with certainty. "Very well, you are dismissed," Hiruzen said, releasing a long, tired sigh as the ANBU disappeared. He felt an unfamiliar hollowness settle in his chest. As Hokage, he was aware of nearly everything that happened within Konoha's borders. Few things escaped his notice. He had known for a long time about the connection between Orochimaru and Danzo. He had suspected their dealings but had always been unsure about the extent of their collaboration. Now, however, the answer was becoming uncomfortably clear. And yet, it baffled him. Orochimaru was his prized student, someone he had mentored and nurtured. Why would he align himself with Danzo, of all people? The feeling was akin to having something precious taken away, an unsettling, deeply personal betrayal. "My most talented disciple. I'd never failed you. So why align yourself with Danzo?" Hiruzen muttered, his face lined with exhaustion and sadness. Though Hiruzen and Danzo had once been comrades, the position of Hokage was not a matter to be taken lightly. He knew Danzo's ambitions well and had no intention of relinquishing the village's leadership to him. Yet, Orochimaru's motives remained a mystery, one that Hiruzen decided needed closer observation. Orochimaru had anticipated that Hiruzen would eventually take note of his activities. It was inevitable in a place like Konoha, where every corner had eyes and ears. Despite his cautious nature, he knew it was only a matter of time before the third Hokage's watchful gaze caught up with him. But he wasn't concerned. He had prepared for this long before choosing his path. Sacrifices and risks were necessary steps toward obtaining power. However, on the way back from the root headquarters, Orochimaru's mood soured slightly. As he walked down a busy street, he spotted two familiar figures leading a nearby izakaya. One of them made his lips twitch with annoyance. "Tsunade, and Dan?" Orochimaru murmured, his eyes narrowing. Tsunade turned and froze when she saw him, a flicker of worry crossing her face. She seemed to panic slightly, stepping forward to explain. "Orochimaru, don't misunderstand. Dan and I were just discussing some strategies for the front lines." "It's fine. No need to explain," Orochimaru said, raising a hand to stop her. His tone was neutral, but he didn't wait for a response before turning on his heel and walking away. "You two talk. I'm heading home." Dan watched Orochimaru leave and sighed, guilt touching his expression. "I think Lord Orochimaru might have misunderstood." But before he could say anything else, Tsunade turned, leaving him behind as she called after Orochimaru. "Wait! Orochimaru, hold on!" Dan watched them both disappear into the evening, a contemplative look in his eyes, before turning to leave in the opposite direction. "Orochimaru, wait up!" Tsunade caught up to him, looking a bit flustered and somewhat defensive. "Hey, it wasn't what it looked like. We really were just talking about work." Orochimaru kept his pace, eyes focused ahead. He wasn't really upset, but a part of him, a deep-seated possessiveness, flared up at seeing them together. He knew Tsunade's loyalty was unshakable, betrayal wasn't in her nature. But that didn't stop the irritation. It was instinctive, territorial. Seeing another man with her, especially one like Dan, annoyed him. And asking her out for a drink, knowing she was already with him? That bordered on audacity. Seeing Orochimaru's silence, Tsunade felt a pang of guilt but also a strange sense of joy. Did this mean he cared more than he let on? His indifference had always been one of the most frustrating things about him. With a playful smile, she reached out and grabbed his arm. "Come on, Orochimaru. Don't be like this." Orochimaru paused, feeling her grip. He turned slightly but didn't say anything. "Look," Tsunade said, a bit more earnestly now. "I know I shouldn't have met him alone, but I couldn't find you, and I needed a distraction. I promise it won't happen again, all right?" Still, he said nothing, only watching her with that unfathomable expression of his. She huffed in mock exasperation. Fine, if that's not enough, then I'll make sure to never meet him alone again, even if it's work-related. Happy now? Orochimaru's face remained impassive, but the tension in the air softened slightly. Really, I don't want any misunderstandings between us, Tsunade insisted. Then she smiled and added, and you know what? I'm staying with you tonight. No arguments. Chapter 183, as the saying goes, if there's a misunderstanding between lovers, sometimes all it takes is time together to set things right. Not that Orochimaru had truly misunderstood Tsunade, he wasn't the type to dwell on such things. But Tsunade's insistence on making amends and spending the evening with him was not something he turned down. Having rested well the night before and taken a day to unwind, Orochimaru felt refreshed, both mentally and physically. The idea of spending a night with Tsunade was a welcome one, especially after the long months of battle and strategizing. However, when they entered the house, they noticed the light in the living room was still on. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade. A young girl with jet black hair, dressed in a simple white t-shirt, stood and greeted them respectfully. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle internally at the scene. This is what life should be like, he thought. Sharing the company of a formidable partner like Tsunade, while having a diligent young kunoichi like Mikoto handle the mundane tasks, it was a stark contrast to the bloodshed and chaos of the battlefield. With a slight smile, he reached into his pocket and handed Mikoto 10,000 ryo. Here's your commission. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Mikoto bowed deeply, accepting the payment. Make sure to lock up on your way out, Orochimaru said. Yes, sir. With that, Mikoto departed, and the house quieted as Orochimaru and Tsunade shifted into a more personal mode. That night, Tsunade seemed different, more eager, more affectionate. Whether it was guilt for the earlier misunderstanding or simply her playful nature coming through, Orochimaru noticed her warmth and attentiveness. Back at the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Akihara, Mikoto's father, was waiting for her return. When she walked through the door, he looked at her with an expectant expression. Mikoto, how did the mission go? He asked. Mikoto blinked, momentarily taken aback. It was just a simple D-rank mission, father. Of course, it was completed successfully. Did Lord Orochimaru say anything to you? Akihara pressed, searching for something more. Mikoto tilted her head, puzzled. Say anything? Not really. He gave me a few instructions when I arrived and then left shortly after. Why? Akihara's brows furrowed in surprise. Left the house? That wasn't what he expected. The idea of a high-ranking jonin, one of the legendary Sannin no less, casually allowing someone into his home without worry seemed unusual. Elite shinobi households were often filled with secrets worth guarding. But upon reflection, Akihara reasoned that Orochimaru issuing such a mission likely meant he wasn't concerned about anyone prying into his personal space. Perhaps this nonchalance was deliberate, or maybe it hinted at something deeper and almost dismissive level of confidence. This complicates things, Akihara muttered, rubbing his temple. What's the matter, father? Mikoto asked, noting his troubled expression. Nothing, he replied, waving off her concern. Go get some rest. Mikoto nodded, still somewhat confused but obeyed her father's request. The Uchiha were in a precarious position within Konoha, caught between maintaining their clan's pride and seeking strategic alliances to ease their standing. If aligning with influential figures could shift their circumstances, then so be it. Orochimaru, as a student of the third Hokage and someone who didn't outright shun the Uchiha, was a potential ally worth considering. Perhaps Mikoto is the key to bridging that gap, Akihara muttered to himself. I should consult with the clan leader on this. Meanwhile, in the quiet of Orochimaru's backyard, a specially designed chair sat beneath the open night sky. Reclining in it, Orochimaru gazed up at the moon, deep in thought. Ocular power, he mused. This moon held more than just poetic significance, it was the prison of Kagaya Otsutsuki and home to the descendants of Hamura Otsutsuki. Rumor had it that there was a powerful Tensigen hidden up there as well. The Tensigen. The idea of obtaining it intrigued him. But for now, it was just a distant ambition. Reaching the moon wasn't feasible at this stage, not without developing a way to open a portal or some other means of transport. Thinking about ocular power brought him back to Uchiha Makoto. Perhaps it was time to arrange a way to collect a blood sample for testing. But how to approach this? He pondered, when a familiar voice broke his concentration. Orochimaru, what's on your mind? He turned to see Tsunade standing under the eaves, dressed in a netted nightgown, tying the sash around her waist. Just letting my thoughts wander, he replied smoothly. Tsunade finished securing her robe and walked over, settling herself comfortably in his lap and looping her arms around his neck. Hey, you're not still annoyed with me, are you? I already said I'd keep my distance from Dan. Orochimaru's expression softened slightly as she spoke. Despite the confident persona she projected, her willingness to apologize so openly reminded him of her sincerity. Tsunade was not one to waste time on empty words or false pretenses. She meant what she said. In Tsunade's mind, there was no comparison. Orochimaru was unmatched. Kato Dan? He barely registered as a consideration. Orochimaru found himself appreciating how different this Tsunade was. Without the grief of losing her brother, she was vibrant, cheerful, and full of life. Though she still mourned those lost in war, she hadn't fallen into the spiral of bitterness and despair that he knew from another time. With a calm, slightly raspy voice, Orochimaru replied, "You're overthinking it. And besides, do you really think I'm that petty?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Well, no, you're definitely not the petty type. But if you weren't angry, then what were you thinking about so hard?" She paused, a teasing glint in her eye. "Wait, were you thinking about that girl who came to clean the house?" Orochimaru blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "What are you implying?" Tsunade's eyes twinkled with mischief. Orochimaru felt a rare moment of speechlessness at her playful accusation. Finally, he managed, "Do I really seem like that kind of man to you?" Tsunade leaned in, her grin widening. "Not exactly, but sometimes your preferences can surprise me. Why else would you have me use this?" she said, pointing to herself in a way that left no room for misinterpretation. Orochimaru stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 184, Kato Dan, Tsunade's original romantic partner and a highly skilled elite jonin of Konoha. He possessed an exceptional jutsu, the spirit transformation technique. This technique allowed the user to separate their spiritual energy from their body and manifest it as a spirit form capable of engaging in combat. Its power transcended the bounds of conventional ninjutsu. To Orochimaru, this technique resembled the out-of-body spiritual combat found in mythology, where the soul itself could be used as a weapon. Impressive? Certainly. Unbeatable? Not at all. In his analytical eyes, it was just another technique, one that manipulated spiritual energy into a tangible form. With enough mental strength, countering such a move was entirely feasible. After all, even souls could be subdued. Consider the human path of the Rinnegan, capable of ripping out the soul itself. Facing such power, a user of the spirit transformation technique would only be presenting their essence as a target. Despite knowing all of this, Orochimaru never considered Dan a true rival. Why should he? Tsunade had already chosen him. There was no reason to concern himself with Dan's ambitions or motivations. But after observing Dan's behavior at the last Jonin meeting, Orochimaru combined these observations with his memories and came to a peculiar conclusion. Dan aspired to be Hokage. What? Dan, aiming for the position of Hokage? It seemed like an odd leap in logic, but in Konoha, wasn't having such a dream common? Didn't he openly express this ambition in the original storyline? Yes, having dreams of becoming Hokage was normal. The title was the pinnacle of honor for any ninja. But was it truly that simple? For a child to say they wanted to be Hokage? That was expected. Every young academy student dreamed big at some point. But once a ninja reached the rank of Jonin, they understood the intricate political machinations and power struggles at play in Konoha's upper echelons. To say that one could easily become Hokage was naive. Even a young prodigy like Kakashi knew better by his late teens. So why would a seasoned jonin like Dan, well into his 20s, believe he could openly chase that dream without understanding the ramifications? It didn't make sense. If someone like Nawaki voiced such ambitions, it was understandable. He was a Senju, a descendant of the first Hokage. If Naruto declared it, he was the son of the fourth Hokage, still too young to grasp the complexities of politics. But Kato Dan? He had no influential background, no powerful connections, no ties to previous Hokages. What made him think he had a shot? The only logical conclusion Orochimaru could reach was that Dan was using Tsunade to bolster his standing. Gaining Tsunade's favor and, by extension, the goodwill of one of Konoha's most prestigious clans could potentially elevate his political influence. This theory might seem far-fetched to an outsider, but to Orochimaru, the pieces fit together. Otherwise, Dan's actions, both in his memories and current reality, would remain unexplainable. Why else would Dan risk opposing the majority of Jonin at that meeting just to back Tsunade's proposal? What other reason could there be for expressing such bold aspirations? It all seemed geared toward earning Tsunade's support. Even Danzo, with all his cunning, didn't dare openly declare his desire for the Hokage position. Was Dan Orochimaru's enemy? Not at all. Orochimaru didn't see him as a threat worth considering. Despite his calculated demeanor, Orochimaru found himself somewhat indulgent when it came to Tsunade. The phrase falling into the gentle embrace had some truth to it. For most men, no matter how powerful they were on the battlefield, it was easy to become complacent when immersed in a comforting environment. However, Orochimaru's years as a shinobi had instilled a level of self-discipline that kept him from becoming lax. He knew that too much comfort could dull even the sharpest blade. 3 days passed quickly, and the time for Danzo's surgery arrived. The operation was set to take place in one of Orochimaru's hidden labs on the outskirts of Konoha. The area was heavily guarded by root operatives, ensuring no interruptions would occur. Inside, Orochimaru prepared to transplant the Sharingan into Danzo while also incorporating cells from the first Hokage. Unlike simple eye transplants, adding Hashirama's cells introduced a significant layer of complexity. Without the stabilizing abilities of someone like Yugo or the regenerative powers of White Zetsu, the procedure posed considerable challenges. Replace my right eye as well. It's no longer effective, Danzo said, lying shirtless on the cold operating table with an unnervingly calm demeanor. Orochimaru removed the bandage covering Danzo's right eye, noting the damage. You've used the Sharingan to exhaustion. It's practically depleted. When you're training subordinates to be unconditionally loyal, there are sacrifices to be made, Danzo said flatly. Even Uchiha themselves experience a drain on their eyes every time they use them. True. The Sharingan is a finite resource, and it depletes even faster when used by someone who isn't of Uchiha blood, Orochimaru acknowledged. The Sharingan, whether in its basic one-tomo form or as a fully evolved Mangekyo, placed immense strain on the body with each use. The more powerful the eye, the more significant the toll. For non-Uchiha users, this drain was even more pronounced. Danzo's reliance on the eye was clear. To ensure the unwavering loyalty of his operatives, he had frequently employed its hypnotic capabilities, embedding subconscious commands into their minds. This heavy use had taken its toll, rendering the eye nearly useless. But that was of little concern to Orochimaru. He wasn't one of Danzo's subordinates, so Danzo's actions didn't impact him directly. If Danzo wanted new eyes or new abilities, Orochimaru was there to assist, but always on his own terms. The operating room was well equipped: scalpels, disinfectant, bright overhead lighting, and trays containing the prepared Sharingan and vials of Hashirama's cells. Let's begin, Orochimaru said, his voice steady as he initiated the procedure. Years of experience made the operation straightforward, even if it had been a while since he'd last performed such complex surgeries. He worked methodically, splicing Hashirama's cells into Danzo's arm and transplanting the Sharingan with precision. Within hours, the surgery was complete. The first step toward Danzo's creation of a multi-Sharingan arm, an ability he would wield with formidable power, was realized a full decade ahead of its time. Chapter 185, Remarkable Power, Danzo muttered, flexing his newly grafted arm. The surge of chakra coursing through him was undeniable, stronger and more potent than before. Even though the arm itself looked grotesque, the tangible boost in both physical and mental strength was enough to make that detail insignificant. It was far more effective than the enhancement potion Orochimaru had developed in the past. If all this effort yielded nothing, that would be the real failure, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, as he tidied up the equipment used for the procedure. Danzo had spent years nurturing this alliance with Orochimaru, pouring in resources and strategies. To come out of it empty-handed would be a waste, something that would no doubt leave him fuming. Indeed, Danzo agreed, rotating his arm and noting the absence of any discomfort. He reached for a bandage on the nearby tray and started wrapping the appendage, adding a special sealing device to mask its chakra signature. Without it, the arm would be too easily detected by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Orochimaru said. "Not so fast," Danzo replied, securing the last of the bandages. "There's one more thing." Orochimaru paused. "Oh? What might that be?" "Follow me, and you'll find out," Danzo said, a cryptic edge to his voice. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued, though he suspected where this was leading. Still, he knew better than to show too much anticipation. Sometimes, being overly perceptive could work against you. Danzo's relationship with Orochimaru was unique, more of a cooperative partnership than a strict superior-subordinate dynamic. As long as Orochimaru's actions didn't go too far, Danzo often turned a blind eye, even when it came to questionable acts like aiding Tsunade with awakening her would release. He understood that Orochimaru and Tsunade's relationship was an open secret and saw little reason to interfere. Yet, despite Orochimaru's considerable contributions, tangible rewards had been scarce. Danzo was aware that to keep Orochimaru on his side, he needed to fulfill his part of the bargain. The operation had taken all night, and by the time the two of them left the hidden laboratory, it was already the dead of night. Danzo led the way back to Konoha, with Orochimaru and a few other root operatives following closely behind to clean up any trace of their activities. A short while later, they arrived at the root headquarters. In Danzo's private office, a large scroll lay stretched across the desk. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as recognition set in. "Is this?" Orochimaru began, his gaze fixed on the scroll. "You're familiar with the Book of Seals, I take it?" Danzo said, getting straight to the point. Orochimaru nodded. "Of course. But this? Is this really it?" The Scroll of Seals was a legendary artifact, said to contain forbidden jutsu compiled by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Its contents were considered too dangerous for ordinary shinobi and were restricted for study. The forbidden techniques it held were not to be trifled with, among them, the multi-shadow clone jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Reanimation jutsu. "It is," Danzo confirmed. "Every forbidden technique within Konoha is catalogued here. Even I need to jump through a myriad of hoops to access it." "I see," Orochimaru replied, the gears in his mind turning. That even Danzo had to navigate through such obstacles wasn't surprising. The Scroll of Seals was no ordinary scroll. Orochimaru had long suspected that Naruto's theft of the scroll in the original timeline had been allowed, facilitated even, by the third Hokage. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that the child could have gotten his hands on it with just basic skills. "So, why show this to me now? Is there something specific in here that you think I'll find useful?" Orochimaru asked, maintaining an even tone, though anticipation buzzed in his veins. Danzo's gaze was steady. "The Reanimation jutsu, developed by the second Hokage. It allows you to summon the souls of deceased shinobi back to the world of the living, binding them to physical vessels. It was sealed because of the moral implications, but its potential is undeniable. And this," he said, gesturing at the scroll, "is part of what I promised you." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. The reanimation jutsu, a technique with such profound implications that it bordered on blasphemy. If harnessed correctly, it could be more game-changing than even Hashirama's cells. The only issue, Danzo continued, is that this jutsu has significant flaws. It's not something an ordinary person can master. But you, Orochimaru, I believe you're the exception. Fascinating, Orochimaru said, stepping forward to lift the scroll from the desk. The glow in his eyes was unmistakable. It was rare for him to display such unbridled excitement. Danzo smirked slightly, satisfied with Orochimaru's reaction. I told you, as long as you prove valuable, I won't hold back on my end. Take your time. But remember, you only have 2 hours. This scroll must be returned before dawn, or there will be consequences. Understood. Thank you, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru said, his voice steady. Danzo nodded, turning to leave. He trusted that Orochimaru wouldn't need more than 2 hours to absorb the scroll's contents. But 2 hours? Orochimaru thought, amused. With the Sharingan, he could memorize the entire scroll in far less time. As the door clicked shut behind Danzo, Orochimaru's anticipation surged. He unrolled the scroll, eyes scanning its forbidden knowledge. Chapter 186, How exactly Danzo managed to get his hands on the Scroll of Seals remained a mystery. Did he steal it, or did he acquire it through sheer influence? Orochimaru didn't care. What mattered was that the scroll was in front of him now. After a quick glance around the room to confirm there was no surveillance equipment, Orochimaru's golden eyes shifted to a deep scarlet as his Sharingan activated, scanning the contents of the scroll he had coveted for so long. Forbidden techniques were powerful but inherently dangerous, often unfinished, which meant they couldn't be copied and used directly, even with the Sharingan. However, the eye's photographic memory was more than sufficient to record everything. Understanding the jutsu and mastering it could come later. The first technique he encountered was the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Orochimaru recognized it immediately as the first significant jutsu Naruto had learned in the original timeline. A remarkable clone technique, far superior to the basic clone jutsu, it allowed users with high chakra reserves to create thousands of clones without any medium. Each clone retained the user's experiences, feeding them back once dispersed. If fewer than 4 clones were summoned, it was known simply as Shadow Clone Jutsu, but anything beyond that was classified as multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, the potential feedback from the dispersed clones could overwhelm a user unprepared for it. For Orochimaru, though, this technique wasn't particularly appealing. He preferred fighting on his own terms and only used clones when absolutely necessary. Even then, wood clones were more effective for battle. With just a quick glance, his Sharingan recorded the technique, and he moved on to the next. Reanimation Jutsu, there it was. This forbidden technique utilized living sacrifices to summon the souls of the dead and bind them to the world, granting them physical bodies to fight. Its strength lay not only in the summoning but in the fact that the resurrected were nearly immortal, possessing unlimited chakra and resilience. Killing them by conventional means was impossible, only sealing them could end their presence. The technique could potentially raise an invincible army, limited only by the skill of the summoner and the quality of the sacrifices. The best sacrifices were, of course, infused with the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who embodied the ideal of the sage body. The technique was also influenced by the caster's power and skill level. More adept practitioners could bring back the deceased with a strength closer to their original state. Additionally, the summoner had control over how strong the resurrected person would be. Too weak, and they'd be useless; too strong, and they could become uncontrollable. Orochimaru knew he'd need to refine the technique further, but even in its current state, it was groundbreaking. His Sharingan absorbed the details before moving to the next forbidden art. Flying Thunder God Technique, the unparalleled space-time jutsu that had made the second and fourth Hokage legendary for their speed. This one was an immediate priority to record. The next entry was peculiar, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Orochimaru scanned the description, intrigued but ultimately unimpressed. The technique worked similarly to a shadow clone jutsu but with explosive tags. Each detonation created more explosive tags, leading to a massive chain reaction. While the resulting explosion was powerful, it was risky and difficult to control, which explained why it was forbidden. The fifth and sixth techniques made Orochimaru pause: Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi was a reality-altering jutsu that allowed the user to turn any fatal situation into an illusion, effectively granting them an extra life. However, using it would permanently blind the eye performing the technique. Izanami, on the other hand, was a counterpart to Izanagi and aimed to force someone to confront their true self. Developed as a way to guide members of the Uchiha clan who had become too arrogant, it locked the target in an endless loop until they accepted their fate. Its ability to be broken by realization alone made it less reliable in combat, which was why it, too, had been labeled forbidden. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Why are Uchiha techniques in the Book of Seals? But then, the answer came to him. Danzo had used Izanagi in the original timeline, and it was unlikely he'd learned it from the Uchiha themselves. These techniques were probably catalogued when the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had worked together, creating a record that Danzo could access. Should I bother learning these? Orochimaru wondered. Izanami had limited application. It was a technique for self-realization, not battle. But Izanagi, despite the steep price of losing an eye, was effectively a second chance at life. It could be useful one day, he decided, committing the details to memory. The side effects could be mitigated later, if possible. With that settled, he continued to scan the rest of the scroll. Is that all? Orochimaru muttered as he reached the blank portion of the scroll. It seemed sparse, but that wasn't unexpected. Many forbidden techniques he remembered, like the Eight Gates release and the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, were either yet to be developed or held privately. The Reaper Death Seal, for example, was an Uzumaki technique that might not even be known to Kushina at this stage. With a final review, Orochimaru confirmed that the only truly valuable techniques for him were the Reanimation Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique. Still, those two alone were enough to elevate his power to a whole new level. A small smirk played on his lips as he closed the scroll. These two techniques alone, they're game changers. Chapter 187, What exactly is Forbidden Jutsu? Forbidden techniques aren't necessarily the most powerful, but they're those with significant drawbacks, techniques that can easily harm the user, or those that go against moral and ethical codes to the point they must be sealed away. These techniques are not permitted for general learning, and studying them is strictly prohibited unless specifically authorized by the village. For most shinobi, access to these techniques remains out of reach their entire lives. But Orochimaru was an exception. Thanks to Danzo's influence and privileges within Konoha, Orochimaru had access to numerous resources that most could only dream of: research permits, specialized equipment, Hashirama cells, and even the Scroll of Seals itself. These were assets the original Orochimaru had once used, but the current Orochimaru hadn't yet touched. Thus, while these things were both his and not his, the advantage was undeniable. The partnership with Danzo was fruitful for both. Danzo gained the results he sought, while Orochimaru acquired tools and knowledge he desired. It was a win-win arrangement that satisfied them both. In the days that followed, Orochimaru turned his attention to a specific endeavor: researching forbidden techniques. Perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique and the Reanimation Jutsu would be no small task, as both were still incomplete in many ways. Given the current environment, Reanimation Jutsu, which required living sacrifices, was far riskier to experiment with. Thus, it was a safer bet to focus on mastering and refining the Flying Thunder God first. This was no ordinary technique. Developed by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God was an S-rank space-time ninjutsu that allowed for instantaneous movement by marking a target with the Flying Thunder God formula. The caster could transport themselves or objects in indirect contact with their chakra across distances in an instant. With sufficient skill and energy, the caster could even redirect something as large as the Ninetales chakra bomb. Despite the notoriety of this technique, Orochimaru had long been puzzled. Why, after all this time, had only Minato Namikaze truly mastered it, even though others such as the third Hokage and Danzo had surely studied it? Time moved forward, and apart from his necessary daily tasks, Orochimaru buried himself in the complexities of the Flying Thunder God. Then, on one bright morning, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his studies. Orochimaru. Are you home? Curiosity piqued, Orochimaru adjusted his casual clothes and opened the door to find a young man with pale hair standing there. His hair was not the silvery white of Tsukumo Hatake, nor the silvery lavender of Dan, it was a light gray. Hirako? Orochimaru's surprise was genuine. Since joining forces with Danzo, Orochimaru hadn't seen Hirako in quite some time. Surprised, huh? Hirako chuckled. I just got back from a mission and heard you were in the village, so I came straight over. It has been a while. How about we call Tsunade and have a get-together? Orochimaru responded with a rare smile. Though, Jiraiya is out of the village at the moment. No Jiraiya? That's fine. Let's invite Tsunade and her brother, then, Hirako said, his enthusiasm undiminished. Hirako's situation was different from theirs. While Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had risen to fame as the Sannin, Hirako had remained a mere Chunin, his life trajectory far less remarkable. Orochimaru agreed, after all, a break wouldn't hurt. He led Hirako to the Senju clan's compound. They hadn't yet found Tsunade, but someone else caught his attention first, a young girl with striking red hair dressed in a knitted top, a green miniskirt, and thigh-high socks. Kushina? Haha, what an adorable little girl. Hirako grinned. Adorable was the right word. Despite her mature clothing, Kushina's youthful face created an interesting contrast that made her seem both fierce and cute. Lord Orochimaru? Kushina stuttered, her voice tinged with nerves. Like Makoto, Kushina held an instinctive respect and awe for Orochimaru. It wasn't because of anything he had done specifically but more the aura he carried. It was the presence of someone who exuded power and command, a subtle reminder of the difference in their levels. Kushina, are you nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Orochimaru asked, genuinely curious. I don't know, she stammered, clearly flustered. Orochimaru felt a moment of confusion. What's with these kids? First Makoto, now Kushina. Hey, Kushina! A familiar voice called out as Tsunade appeared at the door. Her gaze shifted from Kushina to Orochimaru and then to Hirako. Well, this is a surprise. Hirako, it's been ages. In the heart of the village, a local barbecue restaurant buzzed with life. Jiraiya was absent, as was Mai Due, who was on a mission. But at the long table, 3 adults sat on one side, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hirako, while 2 kids, Nawaki and Kushina, occupied the other. The conversations were split, the adults reminisced, while the kids were left to their own devices. Nawaki glanced at Kushina, who kept sneaking glances at Orochimaru, and couldn't help but ask, Kushina, why do you keep looking over at my teacher? Chapter 188, no, nothing. Kushina stammered, glancing nervously at Orochimaru before turning back to Nawaki. Hey, Nawaki, Orochimaru is your sister's boyfriend, right? Yeah, why? Nawaki asked, puzzled. Don't you find it strange learning ninjutsu from him? Kushina questioned hesitantly. Strange? Not at all. Nawaki replied, genuinely curious. Sensei is incredibly powerful. There are tons of people who wish they could be his student. I'm thrilled I get to learn from him. Why would that be strange? Isn't he strict with you? Kushina pressed. Of course he is. It's natural for him to be strict. The battlefield is unforgiving. If he wasn't tough, there'd be no guarantee I'd come back alive, Nawaki said earnestly. Is that so? Kushina fell silent, lost in thought as she resumed eating her barbecue. To Kushina the Sannin were legendary figures, with Orochimaru standing out as particularly extraordinary. She had heard that much of the credit for defeating Hanzo of the Salamander belonged to him. Leading a team of newly enlisted chunin and saving the entire IWA ninja defense line seemed almost like a miracle. Add to that the recent introduction of the scientific ninja tools, and it solidified his reputation. He was truly a living legend and the idol of many Konoha shinobi. It was only natural for people to be curious about him, and Kushina was no exception. She wondered what it would be like to train under him, or even more intriguingly, what it was like for Tsunade to be in a relationship with such a figure. But curiosity aside, Kushina wasn't bold enough to ask those questions outright, especially when she barely knew them. Meanwhile, Nawaki, seeing her fall into a thoughtful silence, simply shrugged and focused on enjoying his meal. At the other end of the table, Hirako, who hadn't seen Orochimaru and Tsunade for a long time, was congratulating them on their relationship. They responded politely, but the conversation felt somewhat superficial. The years had created a distance between them, and they struggled to find common ground. Hirako noticed this but didn't let it bother him. He was used to feeling a step behind them. Despite being their age, they were renowned as the Sannin, while he was still a chunin. The gap between them was undeniable. But that didn't matter for today, it was just a friendly reunion, not a competition. After exchanging stories and sharing memories, the gathering wrapped up, and everyone began to head their separate ways. As Orochimaru watched Hirako leave, he couldn't help but smirk. He recalled thinking about turning Hirako into an assistant or an experimental subject. But with the progress he'd made in his own research, it didn't seem necessary. "Big sis, sensei, I'm heading to the training ground to practice some ninjutsu," Nawaki said, seizing the opportunity to slip away. He was growing up and developing his own path, so he didn't feel the need to linger with his sister and brother-in-law. "All right, go for it," Tsunade said, smiling warmly as she watched her brother's confidence grow. She waved him off affectionately. "See you later," Nawaki called out as he dashed away. I should go too. Thank you both for today," Kushina said, bowing slightly. "No need to be so formal," Tsunade replied with a grin. "By the way, Kushina, your graduation exam is coming up soon, isn't it?" "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Kushina answered, nodding. "Make sure you give it your best shot," Tsunade encouraged. "I will," Kushina promised, her eyes sparkling with determination. After the two younger shinobi had gone, Tsunade turned to say something to Orochimaru, only to find him lost in thought. "Hey, what's on your mind?" Tsunade asked, nudging him. "Nothing," Orochimaru said, snapping out of it. "Let's go home." Without waiting for a reply, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and started walking. Tsunade looked at him, slightly puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. She quickly caught up and linked her arm through his. Orochimaru cast a quick glance in the direction Kushina had gone, his mind whirring with thoughts. Uzumaki Kushina, the current Ninetales Jinchuriki. Tsunade probably didn't know, but Hiruzen and certain members of the ANBU surely did. If one wanted to grasp true power, the tailed beasts couldn't be ignored. But how could one acquire a tailed beast? It was a significant challenge. The ANBU monitored the Jinchuriki constantly, and even if he could get close, there was still the matter of breaking the seal. Without breaking the seal, extracting the tailed beast was impossible. Killing the host was also out of the question, doing so would only make the beast disappear temporarily. Though the tailed beasts would eventually reform, their reappearance would be unpredictable. Killing Kushina wouldn't solve anything, it would only create more complications. But how else could he access the Nine Tails? Orochimaru's brow furrowed as his mind searched for solutions. The Gedo statue's demonic statue of the Outer Path could extract tailed beasts, but that required the Rinnegan, which he didn't possess. It wasn't an option. Waiting for the seal to weaken? That was possible. When a Jinchuriki gave birth, the seal would temporarily weaken. Obito had taken advantage of this once. But Kushina was only 10 years old. Waiting until she had children? That could be decades away. And even then, she'd still be under Konoha's protection. Frustration set in as Orochimaru weighed his options. Would he need to resort to his old tactics and lure her out of the village? Kushina was an outsider, a girl from another village, and her fiery, stubborn nature didn't win her many friends in Konoha. Tsunade was just a mentor, and while she knew Nawaki, their interactions were minimal. Kushina was lonely. Orochimaru reasoned that if he approached her carefully, planting seeds of doubt and intrigue, it might be possible to manipulate her. But doing so under the watchful eyes of the ANBU would be risky. Too much attention and he not only failed to obtain the Nine Tails but would also end up in serious trouble. Forget it. For now, surveillance will have to do until the right opportunity presents itself, Orochimaru muttered to himself. System, redeem some covert surveillance equipment. Yes, host, the system replied. Chapter 189. Had it been that long since Orochimaru last exchanged something from the system store? The last time was years ago, when he'd given the Uchiha clan wireless communication devices. Pushing aside the nostalgia, he refocused on finding a tool that could be of practical use. The system store was filled with auxiliary gadgets that could be exchanged for use but not reproduced on a mass scale. For any kind of large-scale production, significant research into basic daily technologies was necessary. But during wartime, Orochimaru had little time for such extensive studies. Surveillance cameras were simple, low-tier technology that required minimal tech points, even less than the raw materials for genetic repair fluid. The cost was trivial, 1 to 3 points per camera, and each was more advanced than anything Konoha could deploy for surveillance. As for installation? For Orochimaru, it was child's play. All he needed to do was find a way around Konoha's existing surveillance network, wait for a moment when Kushina wasn't home, and slip in. ANBU's watch over the Jinchuriki wasn't relentless. They had their blind spots. A week later, inside a secure guest room in Orochimaru's residence, 6 screens glowed with different camera feeds. He watched them with satisfaction. 6 views in total, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the living room, 1 in the hallway, and 3 covering the front and back streets leading to the property. The coverage was comprehensive. Orochimaru's goal was clear: observe Kushina's habits, waiting for the right moment to make his move. Her house, though modestly sized, was in a less favorable part of Konoha, much like Danzo's residence near the village's edge. Orochimaru kept watch on Kushina with the goal of the Nine Tails in mind. Konoha's surveillance, however, was meant to safeguard their Jinchuriki. But now, they were not only monitoring her, they had their eyes on Orochimaru too. It was an unspoken reality. The ANBU tasked with monitoring Danzo's movements had been instructed to keep tabs on Orochimaru's activities, though their efforts were subtle. With Orochimaru's high vigilance, tailing him directly was impossible. He knew Hiruzen was wary, but it didn't matter. Being involved with Danzo had pulled him into Konoha's political undercurrent. There was no going back. So, they pretended not to see. They played the game. The illusion of camaraderie as master and student remained intact, even if their loyalties didn't. Open conflict between them would bring chaos, a risk Konoha couldn't afford. And so, days turned into weeks. By May of the 34th year since Konoha's founding, Orochimaru was preparing for his eventual deployment to the front lines, where he would relieve other forces. But before that, he had unfinished business outside the village. 30 kilometers from Konoha, in a forest clearing, a skirmish unfolded. 5 rogue ninjas from a minor nation stood in a loose circle, clutching their weapons tightly. They eyed the long-haired Konoha Jounin with visible dread. Bodies of their fallen comrades lay around them. Despite being outnumbered, the man in the Jounin vest, Orochimaru, seemed unfazed. His expression was calm, a thin smile gracing his lips. A black serpent coiled around his arm, baring its fangs as if mocking the panicked men. A Konoha Jounin, with snakes. Are you? Orochimaru of the Sannin, one muttered, his voice shaking. Oh. Orochimaru's smile widened, his golden eyes gleaming. I'm flattered that even wandering rogues know my name. That's him? There's no mistake. We're up against Orochimaru. No way. Why is he here? Isn't there a war going on? It has to be a lie. The mere mention of Orochimaru's name filled them with dread. His reputation as one of the legendary Sannin had spread across the lands, even reaching rogue groups like theirs. But why now? Why would someone of his caliber be here, facing them instead of being at the front lines? The confusion gnawed at them. They had fled to the land of fire to exploit the war's chaos, stealing and killing without much fear. But now, they stood before a legend. "Master, you're truly impressive," hissed the black snake coiled around his arm. "They're paralyzed just hearing your name." "Indeed." Orochimaru chuckled, the sound dark and sinister. "Yamada, keep them alive." "Understood," replied the snake before vanishing into thin air. The sudden disappearance sent a ripple of panic through the rogues. "He's gone. Where did he?" "It's true. The stories are true. This is bad, we need to run. Curse it! Why did we have to meet him?" They tried to flee, darting in opposite directions. But it was already too late. Orochimaru moved swiftly, appearing behind one man, his crimson Sharingan catching the rogue's eye. Sharingan. Before the ninja could react, Orochimaru struck him at the base of the neck, knocking him unconscious. He didn't hesitate, turning to the next target. "Hidden Shadow Snake Hands," he called. Explosions and the sudden flurry of smoke bombs followed as the rogues desperately tried to cover their escape. Smoke filled the clearing, obscuring their view. But just when they thought they could slip away, figures appeared in the haze, blocking their path. Clones of Orochimaru. "You didn't think I'd come unprepared, did you?" Orochimaru's voice echoed through the smoke. His clones surrounded them, their eyes glowing red. Chapter 190, Tanigaki was a wandering ninja. Rogue ninjas were those without allegiance to any ninja village. They roamed between nations, picking up bits of ninjutsu from various places. In the ninja world, many such individuals existed. After gaining power, they resisted being controlled and often ended up taking on diverse roles within the ninja world. Some sought political influence, infiltrating small nations to claim power. Others craved strength, spending years scheming to seize the secret techniques of minor villages. If they succeeded, they could become prominent figures in small nations. If they failed, they might end up as little more than bandits. Tanigaki and his group came to the land of fire not in pursuit of power or techniques. They were here for profit. With the war creating chaos, it was the perfect opportunity to steal and plunder with little resistance. Killing was a common means to an end. Everything had gone smoothly until today. Today, they crossed paths with the long-haired man who changed everything. Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin. A name whispered throughout the ninja world. Initially, they hadn't recognized the man before them as the famous Orochimaru. Confident in their numbers, they had intended to take on the lone Konoha Jounin. Everyone knew Konoha's Jounin were formidable, but surely 8 rogue ninjas together could take him down. After all, a Jounin would carry valuable items that could set them up for life. But now, Tanigaki regretted it deeply. The realization of Orochimaru's identity filled him with terror. This was the Sannin who had stood against Hanzo the Salamander and lived to tell the tale. If he had known the man's true identity from the start, he would have fled without hesitation. When Orochimaru knocked him unconscious, a single thought flashed through his mind: Orochimaru had the Sharingan. How was that possible? The Sharingan was exclusive to the Uchiha, a clan marked by their black hair and dark eyes. Orochimaru's eyes were a golden hue, unmistakably snake-like. How could he possess such a bloodline trait? But Tanigaki didn't have time to ponder this mystery further. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a barren wooden cabin, wrists and ankles bound tightly by cold metal cuffs. Struggling against them proved futile. The restraints were too strong. He was imprisoned. What is this? Tanigaki's eyes adjusted slowly, focusing on his comrades who were kneeling on the ground in front of him. They were surrounded by strange markings etched into the floor. An unsettling feeling crept over him. When his vision cleared, he saw Orochimaru crouched nearby, a kunai in one hand and an unfurled scroll in the other. With a sharp, deliberate motion, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Summoning jutsu, Reanimation. The ground beneath them began to bubble like liquid, spreading over the bodies of his comrades. The earth crept up from their feet to their heads, encasing them completely. Ah! One of the captured men screamed in agony as the earthy shell enveloped him. Then, just as swiftly, the material cracked and fell away, revealing a figure that made Tanagaki's blood run cold. It was one of their comrades, Edo, who Orochimaru had already killed earlier. Yet here he was, seemingly alive, with his chest rising and falling as if breathing. How is this possible? Tanakuin's eyes widened with shock. His heart raced as he stared at the resurrected Edo. Orochimaru had killed him. How was he now standing before them, alive? Was he truly resurrected? Before he could piece together what he was seeing, Orochimaru stood and turned, those snake-like eyes narrowing with interest. Awake already? Perfect timing. Perfect timing? Tanagaki repeated, bewildered. What could he mean? Orochimaru moved the kunai, now with a seal affixed, to the back of Edo's head, releasing the bindings that had restrained the resurrected ninja. As Orochimaru issued a command, Edo's face twisted with an unnatural expression of rage. Kill your comrades. Tanagaki's eyes widened in disbelief. What? His voice cracked with terror as he turned to look at Edo. The fear in his gut intensified as Edo advanced toward him, eyes filled with hollow, lifeless anger. What kind of jutsu is this? A few days later, in the same secluded cabin, Orochimaru surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn around. He sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. As expected, there are too many flaws with the reanimation jutsu. Even with ample preparation, so many failures. Orochimaru's entire mission in capturing the rogue ninjas had been to test this technique. But the results were far from satisfactory. He recalled how Edo's soul had departed for the Pure Land before he could even act. One wasted test subject. Recording his observations, Orochimaru refined the technique, adjusting it for future trials. But after several days of experiments, all 5 captives had died. It was time to move on. The reanimation jutsu fell under the umbrella of summoning techniques, but it required no contract. Only the DNA of the deceased was needed, and through precise incantations, their souls could be called back to the living world. After mastering most aspects of the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru had turned to this more complex art. It was unlike any other jutsu. He needed hands-on experience to refine it, conducting one experiment after another to collect data and make improvements. However, hunting rogue ninjas to use as test subjects was time-consuming. They weren't easy to find, and capturing them took significant effort. But for now, this was the most secure method. Building a force large enough to support a constant stream of test subjects was impossible in wartime. With a resigned shake of his head, Orochimaru set fire to the wooden cabin, erasing the evidence of his work before heading back toward Konoha. Orochimaru! Orochimaru! He had barely made it 2 kilometers when a familiar voice called out urgently. Stopping in his tracks, he turned toward the sound. There, in a clearing off the forest path, stood a woman clad in the standard Jounin vest, her expression fraught with worry. Tsunade? Orochimaru said, raising an eyebrow. What's got you so worked up? As he appeared in front of her, Tsunade's tense expression turned into one of exasperation. You've been gone for over half a month without a word. Do you know how worried I've been? Worried? You should know my strength by now. This is wartime. Who knows what could happen if you wander around alone? Fine. We can talk more when we're back. Wait, did you come out here alone? Orochimaru asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course I did. With everything going on, I wouldn't trust just anyone to come looking for you. Is that so? Orochimaru's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Perfect. Perfect for what? Tsunade looked at him suspiciously, catching the glint in his eye. I don't think we've ever tried this out in the open, have we? Wait, what are you? Broad daylight, middle of nowhere, and you're... Before she could finish, Orochimaru took her hand and led her into the dense forest cover, pinning her ample chest against a tree. Chapter 191, Why do men prefer innocent girls when they're young, but gravitate towards mature women with experience as they get older? It's because, after being with many inexperienced girls, innocence becomes less important. What becomes more significant is the enjoyment of the experience itself. The biggest difference between a married woman and a younger girl lies in how they respond. With a married woman, there's no need for extra instructions, a few gestures are enough to communicate what's needed, and she understands. When you stand, she knows to kneel, when you kneel, she knows to lean forward, when you lie down, she knows how to position herself over you. This level of understanding and seamless interaction is something that a less experienced girl may not be able to provide. Orochimaru and Tsunade had been together for a while, and it was clear that Tsunade had grown more daring under Orochimaru's influence. She loved him deeply, perhaps more than she would ever admit, and it showed in the way she indulged his whims. So even though they were out in the wilderness, the thought of being caught didn't deter her. They were both highly skilled ninjas, being discovered was unlikely. And with the variety of new things they'd already tried, what was one more unusual location? Tsunade's mind raced with these thoughts, and soon, any hesitations melted away. Before long, they found a secluded spot and began their private rendezvous. While Orochimaru and Tsunade were otherwise engaged, Konoha was hosting some unexpected visitors. A group of dark-skinned, muscular shinobi dressed in white uniforms, each with a Cloud Village forehead protector and armed with unique swords, walked confidently through the gates of Konoha. Their leader was imposing, and next to him was a shorter man who scanned the surroundings with keen eyes. So, this is Konoha? Not bad at all, the smaller man commented. It's definitely more pleasant than home, another added. But no matter how nice it is, it's still not our village, someone muttered. Enough chatter. We're here on business, the leader barked. Understood, the others replied, falling silent. As they stepped through the main gate, the Konoha guards immediately took notice and approached. Are you guests from the Cloud Village? One guard asked, voice steady but cautious. Yes. Take us to your Hokage, the leader commanded. Right this way, please, the guard responded, ushering them in. The history between Konoha and Kumo was fraught with tension. They had clashed heavily during the First Shinobi War, but that battle had eventually led to an uneasy alliance. More recently, Kumo had assisted Konoha against Iwagakure, which had strengthened their alliance. This time, they were here to discuss the ongoing war effort and solidify their cooperation. As the Cloud Ninjas made their way through Konoha's bustling streets, Konoha's own shinobi looked on with curiosity, some with suspicion. Is that really a Cloud Ninja? One muttered under their breath. I can't believe they're here, walking around Konoha like it's nothing, another said, voice tight with barely suppressed anger. Hey, what are you thinking of doing? His friend asked warily. They killed my father in the war. What do you think I want to do? The first ninja spat, clenching his fists. Don't be an idiot. We're allies now. If you do anything, you'll spark another war. Damn it. I hate this, the first ninja said, but the fire in his eyes dimmed as the reality of their situation set in. Conversations like this were happening all over Konoha. The wounds from the war were still fresh, and resentment ran deep. Many families had lost loved ones to the Cloud's forces, just as the Cloud had lost people to Konoha. It wasn't the kind of hatred that could be erased overnight. Yet, most of the Konoha shinobi knew better than to act on these feelings. Attacking the Cloud Ninjas would be seen as an act of aggression, one that could easily rekindle the war. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and watch. Cloud Ninjas? Orochimaru muttered that evening as he and Tsunade returned to the village, overhearing snippets of conversation from the passing crowd. It was clear that Kumo had come to Konoha to discuss war strategies. Orochimaru's eyes glinted, a trace of intrigue crossing his face as he pieced together the implications. "What's wrong?" Tsunade asked, noticing his expression. "Nothing," Orochimaru replied, his lips curving into a sly smile. "I just remembered something amusing." "Amusing?" Tsunade echoed, raising an eyebrow. "The dress I ordered a while back should be ready soon," he said, smoothly changing the subject. "You!" Tsunade flushed, half exasperated but not letting go of his arm. It was true, Orochimaru had become more brazen over time, and Tsunade had found herself going along with it more often than not. Before they had become a couple, such bold comments would have made her angry, but now? Now, she simply accepted them, responding with a mix of embarrassment and affection. A few days later, in the late afternoon, in one of Konoha's guest residences, several cloud ninjas gathered, their faces serious as they planned. Each was geared up and ready, with a rough map spread out on the table before them. "Ryosuke, did you confirm everything?" the leader asked. "Yes. At 9 o'clock tonight, Konoha's barrier will drop briefly for about 30 seconds. That's our window. After we grab the target, we'll make our way over the wall and escape from here," Ryosuke replied, pointing to a specific corner on the map. The leader nodded. "You're sure about this?" "I've been watching for days." "It's consistent, must be when the barrier core changes shifts," Ryosuke confirmed. "Good. The girl's chakra is distinct, and with her red hair, she's unmistakable. Tonight, we make our move." The rest of the team acknowledged the order and dispersed to make their final preparations. The plan was meticulous, clearly not the work of amateurs. They had come prepared. But what they didn't realize was that, at that very moment, a man was sitting comfortably on his couch, watching everything unfold on a set of monitors. He held a cup of tea, observing their every move with keen interest, as if he were watching a game. Just as expected. "It's exactly like I remembered," Orochimaru murmured to himself, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Chapter 192. The village hidden in the clouds is well known for its intense focus on studying secret techniques. Right now, they're particularly invested in researching ways to control their Jinchuriki. The last time the third Hokage requested assistance from Kumo, one of their sensory-type ninjas had visited Konoha. Initially, their visit had no ulterior motives. However, during their stay, this perceptive ninja made an unexpected discovery: Uzumaki Kushina, a young girl with the unique ability to suppress the chakra of tailed beasts. When they returned, this revelation was reported to the third Reikage. After discussing the matter, Kumo's leadership made the decision to take advantage of their alliance with Konoha and visit again, this time with the intent to capture Kushina to aid in their research for controlling Jinchuriki. What about the consequences of such an action on the alliance? At this point, they didn't care. Kumo's ambition to strengthen their power trumped any political ties. If their Jinchuriki could fully control the tailed beasts, then alliances were inconsequential. Thus, they came back with a plan already in place. In the original timeline, this event would lead to Kushina being kidnapped by the Kumo ninja, only for Minato to heroically rescue her. That act of bravery would spark a deeper bond between them, eventually leading to their marriage and the birth of Naruto Uzumaki, the destined hero of Konoha. But Orochimaru wasn't going to let Minato have that opportunity. This situation was too valuable for him to ignore. He could use it to his advantage to get closer to Kushina. If someone else was going to attempt the kidnapping, why not leverage that situation? With that thought, he had made his move. Orochimaru found the perfect chance to bug and place hidden cameras in the Kumo ninjas' guest room, all under their noses. For extra insurance, he had even planted a couple of invisible monitoring insects for a complete view of their plans. Kumo ninjas, focused on conventional surveillance techniques, were clueless about Orochimaru's advanced, subtle monitoring methods. Every detail of their plan had been recorded by him. As night fell, the tension grew. The Kumo ninjas were preparing for their mission, while Orochimaru was already one step ahead. After a hot bath, he wrapped himself in a towel, grabbed some bread and milk, and settled into his control room to watch the events unfold. The surveillance setup now displayed 8 different camera feeds. Orochimaru, fully at ease, sat back, taking his time. He relished the anticipation, mentally allowing them to feel a false sense of security before intervening. At 8:30 p.m., Kumo's team had gathered, equipped with weapons and ready for action. Orochimaru noted their movements and, with a wry smile, stood up to grab more food. But before he could, he heard the soft click of footsteps in the next room, the sound of high-heeled sandals on the floor. A voice full of surprise called out, "Orochimaru? What are you doing?" Turning, Orochimaru saw Tsunade standing at the entrance to the control room, wearing a white t-shirt and a purple jacket. Her dark green eyes were wide as she took in the array of surveillance screens, a look of astonishment on her face. "Tsunade? Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Orochimaru's voice was steady, but there was a slight furrow in his brow. The control room was always locked, and until now, Tsunade had never been inside. "Well, I wanted to surprise you," she said, her voice faltering as she saw the subtle shift in his expression. She felt a pang of guilt. Orochimaru had never looked at her like that before, and it unsettled her. Was he really that upset? She mustered a sheepish smile. "I mean, I used to walk in all the time." Orochimaru sighed, the tension in his shoulders easing. "All right, never mind. Come in and shut the door behind you." "Okay," she said, quickly stepping inside and closing the door. Her eyes were drawn back to the screens. "Orochimaru, what is this?" "Surveillance equipment?" "Something like that," he replied casually. "Wait, are you spying on someone?" "Is that?" Tsunade's eyes widened as she focused on one of the screens. "Kushina? What? Are you serious, Orochimaru? Are you spying on her sleeping?" Tsunade's voice rose with anger, her expression a mix of shock and betrayal. "I can't believe you! And here I was, so cooperative with you, and this is what you're into? Watching some girl half your age? Have I been just a tool to you this whole time?" Her emotion surged. "And Kushina? She's just a child. How could you?" "Tsunade," Orochimaru's voice was sharp, cutting through her rant. His eyes were narrowed, his expression unreadable. "Enough. Do I look like the kind of man who'd do that?" She blinked, finally seeing the screen he had been focused on. It wasn't even Kushina's room. "Oh! Maybe I overreacted," she said, flushing with embarrassment. "You're not mad, are you?" Orochimaru exhaled, the irritation fading from his features. "Just watch," he said, gesturing to the screens. "Watch? Watch what?" Tsunade's eyes followed his gesture, finally noticing the figures on one of the screens. Her brows knitted in confusion. "Wait, those are Kumo ninjas? What are they doing here, fully geared up like that?" A smirk crept onto Orochimaru's lips. "Shouldn't you first ask where I got this equipment?" Chapter 193, Where did this equipment come from? It was a valid question. But Tsunade didn't seem too interested in the answer. "Why should I even ask? Isn't it natural for you to have these things?" "Natural? Heh, I suppose you're right." Hearing Tsunade's response, a small smirk appeared on Orochimaru's face. The surveillance screens he was using weren't state-of-the-art computers but rather small television monitors stacked together. To Tsunade, it wouldn't have appeared too different from Konoha's own monitoring setup. Tsunade, like others who knew Orochimaru, was already familiar with his reputation for innovation. He had been behind several of Konoha's scientific advancements, including the development of advanced ninja tools. So, seeing any form of high-tech device in his possession was hardly surprising. It was part of why she trusted him. Orochimaru was an enigma, brilliant, unconventional, yet undeniably loyal to Konoha's cause, or at least to his own ambitions that aligned with it. Smiling softly, Orochimaru sat back and gestured for Tsunade to come closer. Without hesitation, she moved to sit on his lap. The familiarity between them spoke volumes. They were more than just teammates or childhood friends, they were lovers who shared a deep, albeit unconventional, bond. Tsunade's eyes shifted to the screens again, her curiosity piqued. She still wondered why he would go through the trouble of monitoring Kushina. But before she could ask, she noticed the figures in the black uniforms and their distinctive headbands moving stealthily in the shadows. Orochimaru, what are they planning to do? She asked, her tone serious. You'll find out soon enough, Orochimaru said, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the far side of Konoha, in a modest house near the village's edge, Kushina had been woken by faint noises outside. She wrapped her robe around her and cautiously opened the door. But before she could call out for help, her vision was suddenly blocked by several unfamiliar figures. Before she could even scream, a rough hand clamped over her mouth, and everything went dark. The Kumo ninjas acted swiftly. In less than a minute, they had subdued Kushina, tied her hands, and carried her off into the night. We're clear, one of the ninjas whispered as they made their way through the village streets, weeding into the shadows and heading toward the perimeter wall. Everything was going according to plan. As expected, the barrier fluctuated during the brief changeover at the security post, allowing them a window of opportunity. Within moments, the team had scaled the wall and disappeared into the forest beyond Konoha. After a couple of kilometers, the Kumo ninjas slowed their pace, confident that they'd avoided detection. All right, we're in the clear, said the leader, catching his breath. He glanced over at the young girl in their grasp. Tie her up properly. Kushina, who had begun to regain consciousness, felt her heart drop as reality hit her. She'd been kidnapped. The memories of her village being attacked, of losing her parents and home, rushed back like a cold wave. Was she to lose everything again? Please, someone, help me, she thought desperately as she struggled against the ropes binding her wrists. But the more she twisted, the more hopeless her situation seemed. She could feel the rough hands of her captors and the chill of the night pressing in around her. Despite the overwhelming fear, she resolved to leave a trail. When the Kumo ninjas weren't looking, Kushina discreetly pulled at strands of her vivid red hair, letting them fall to the ground as subtle markers, hoping someone, anyone, would follow. But doubt crept in. Who would notice her absence? She had no real friends in Konoha, and the village was already shrouded in sleep. Am I really going to be taken away? Is this the end? Despair started to consume her. Just then, a shout broke through the silence. Who's there? Kushina's eyes snapped open as she felt a sudden tug at the rope around her wrists, yanking her backward. The jolt sent her sprawling to the ground. The rough impact made her wince, but it was enough to clear her vision. Ahead, in the faint moonlight, a lone figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees. His hands were casually tucked into his pockets, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Orochimaru-sama? Kushina gasped, stunned. The three Kumo ninjas were visibly tense, drawing their weapons as they recognized the emblem on Orochimaru's flak jacket. He was no ordinary shinobi, he was a legend. Stay back, the leader shouted, pressing a kunai to Kushina's neck. Even if you're a Konoha elite, don't come any closer, or she. But before the Kumo ninja could finish, Orochimaru vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant directly in front of them. His cold, golden eyes locked onto the leaders as a sinister smirk crossed his lips. Is that really your plan? Surrender now and spare yourself the humiliation. Chapter 194. Confronted with Orochimaru's sudden appearance, the Kumo ninja were momentarily paralyzed with shock. They couldn't comprehend how he had managed to materialize in front of them so swiftly. A teleportation jutsu? Impossible. No teleportation jutsu could cover that distance or happen that fast. Instinctively, the leader tightened his grip on the kunai, aiming to press it into Kushina's neck. But to his horror, he realized he couldn't move. His limbs felt like they were encased in iron, even a simple twitch of a finger was impossible. Paralysis jutsu, he thought, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be happening? But there was no time for answers. Orochimaru's hand was already on the Kumo ninja's wrist, wrenching it away from Kushina and, in a fluid motion, guiding the kunai against the man's own throat. A thin line of blood sprayed into the night as the Kumo ninja's strength ebbed away, and darkness claimed him. Orochimaru, with his honed instincts from years on the battlefield, had become a master of swift, lethal efficiency. The other two Kumo ninjas, shaken from their stunned paralysis, leaped back to create distance between themselves and this unexpected threat. But the gap in power between them and Orochimaru was insurmountable. Before Kushina fully registered what was happening, the other two Kumo ninjas had also collapsed to the ground, lifeless. She stared up in shock as Orochimaru's pale hand extended toward her. He had saved her swiftly, without hesitation. "So strong," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's all right now, Kushina." Orochimaru's voice, rough yet reassuring, seemed to push away the fear that had gripped her heart. She felt her consciousness waver, the adrenaline subsiding and fatigue taking its place. Before she could stop herself, Kushina leaned against him, comforted by the warmth of his chest and the security of his embrace. It was a peace she hadn't felt in a long time. Trying to fight off the exhaustion pulling her under, she looked up at Orochimaru, confusion clouding her eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, why did you come to rescue me?" "I'm just an outsider," she murmured, the weight of those words evident. Orochimaru's eyes softened slightly. "Outsider? Tsunade and I have always thought of you as part of our family." "Family?" The word echoed in her mind, leaving her stunned. In the Hokage's office, dawn was just breaking, casting a warm glow over the village rooftops. Tsunade stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, her face set with urgency. "Hiruzen-sensei, why did the Kumo ninja come to Konoha to capture Kushina?" she demanded. The third Hokage's brows knitted in confusion as he processed her question. "Kumo ninja captured Kushina?" he echoed, quickly masking his shock with a look of composed authority. "Explain, Tsunade. What happened?" Tsunade recounted the events in concise detail, omitting certain parts that could complicate things. Orochimaru had acted on a hunch, she explained, noticing something off about the Kumo visitors. Though she didn't know exactly why Orochimaru had been monitoring Kushina, she trusted him implicitly and covered for him where needed. As Hiruzen listened, his expression darkened. "Where is Orochimaru now?" he asked. "He's pursuing the Kumo ninjas and ensuring Kushina's safety," Tsunade replied confidently. The third Hokage nodded, reassured. If Orochimaru was on the case, he trusted the matter would be handled. He summoned the ANBU to investigate immediately, and soon, other village advisors began to arrive as the gravity of the situation became clear. The abduction of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no small matter. It was a glaring security breach and could potentially unravel the alliance between Konoha and the Land of Lightning. The implications were staggering. Konoha had underestimated the lengths to which the Kumo ninja would go. They had considered them allies, visitors who had already come to Konoha once before without incident. No one expected a move this bold or calculated. The meeting room fell silent as Koharu spoke up, her voice edged with worry. "Kidnapping the Nine-Tails host? What does the Cloud Village hope to gain from this?" Danzo, ever the pragmatist, scoffed. "An alliance contract? It's just a piece of paper. When it comes to the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they'd risk anything." Hiruzen's expression was grim. "It complicates matters, especially now when we need Kumo's military support against IWA. Breaking our alliance could shift the entire war in Iwa's favor." Koharu sighed. "If we're forced to fight both IWA and Suna, even with the strength of the major clans and the Sannin, we'll be stretched thin. And if Kumo turns its attention to us, that's the real danger." Indeed, Hiruzen agreed, the weight of leadership pressing heavily on him. "We must proceed cautiously. The real issue," Danzo added in his usual cold tone, "is that Konoha has grown too weak. If we were strong enough, the war wouldn't have dragged on, and we wouldn't be forced into these compromising positions." Hiruzen turned to Danzo, eyes narrowing. "Your point?" Let Tsunade learn the first Hokages would release. If she can wield it on the battlefield. Chapter 195, Danzo was ambitious, but he wasn't a fool. Faced with the simultaneous siege from 3 nations, even he had to tread carefully. So, this time, he didn't suggest tearing up the treaty and going to war with the Cloud Village. Instead, Tsunade should practice with release. Danzo didn't need to say it outright. Hiruzen caught on immediately. Do you think I don't want to? Hiruzen said solemnly. But you should know very well. Although Tsunade has awakened with release, she hasn't used it in combat for the past 20 years. It would be impossible for her to reach a level where she could wield with release effectively in large-scale battles within such a short time. Moreover, her medical skills are invaluable on the battlefield. Why would she give up medical ninjutsu to train in with release? The strategic value isn't as high as you might think. Well, that's true. Hamura nodded, about to add something, when a knock came at the office door. Lord Hokage. Come in. An Umbu operative pushed the door open and entered. Hokage-sama, Lord Orochimaru has returned. Orochimaru? The room fell silent as everyone immediately paused their discussion and called for Orochimaru to join them in the conference room. Orochimaru, what's the situation? Hiruzen asked as soon as he walked in. Kushina is safe, but I took down the 3 Kumo shinobi. Orochimaru's expression was calm, but the 3rd Hokage was rendered speechless. At this moment, killing them wasn't the ideal outcome. Leaving one alive would have given them leverage in negotiations with the Cloud Village. With the Jinchuriki's attempted abduction, Konoha could demand compensation. But now that the perpetrators were dead, the matter would be considered settled. Konoha had lost its chance to use the incident as a bargaining chip. But with the Kumo ninjas now gone, there was no point in discussing it further. After Orochimaru delivered his report, he left the Hokage's office with a casual demeanor. Although he found himself caught in Konoha's political currents due to the pursuit of power, he wasn't genuinely interested in such matters. Advising or strategizing was one thing, but managing the entire village? That was never on his agenda. What he was more curious about now was, would Tsunade really try to butter him up? Orochimaru-sama, about last night. A gentle voice interrupted his musings. Orochimaru looked up and saw a young man with spiky blonde hair and a bright smile standing in front of him, wearing a tracksuit. This boy was Namake's Minato. A super genius, destined to become Jiraiya's student and eventually the 4th Hokage. A rising star known for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. For now, however, Minato, like Kushina, was still just a newly graduated genin. And the two had yet to truly interact. Orochimaru wasn't surprised to see him. The night before, Orochimaru, to be cautious, had sent a clone to intercept Minato when he noticed him following the incident. So, it made sense for Minato to show up now to ask about last night. Oh, it's you, Minato. Orochimaru offered a small smile. She's fine. No need to worry. Really? That's good. Minato responded with an awkward smile. Although he had a budding affection for Kushina, he hadn't yet confessed his feelings. So now that he knew she was safe, he wasn't quite sure what else to say. Orochimaru didn't linger, exchanging only a few polite words before heading toward his home. Before his time travel experience, he had liked this sunny and spirited young man, but now, whatever future awaited Minato, it no longer had any connection to him. Orochimaru's cooking is amazing. Really? I never knew Orochimaru-sama could cook. Believe me, it's 100 times better than anything my sister makes. You'll crave it once you try it. Is that something you should be saying about your sister? I didn't mean it that way. Haha. Alright, but you know your teacher is capable of anything. He is your brother-in-law, after all. Before Orochimaru even stepped inside, he heard the conversation coming from the front yard of his house. He pushed the door open and entered to see everyone gathered there. Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina. They were all casually dressed and sitting in the front yard, chatting. Lord Orochimaru. Kushina quickly stood up and greeted him politely. Since he'd rescued her, her fear of him had lessened considerably. And for some reason, there was a newfound brightness in her smile. You didn't sleep last night. Are you tired? No, I rested a bit just now. Is that so? Seeing Kushina's shy, flustered expression, Orochimaru was curious and was about to ask more when Tsunade tugged at his arm and pulled him inside. What is it? Well, before I head to the battlefield, I want Kushina to stay with us. Orochimaru blinked. You need my approval for that? I was worried you'd say no. Is that so? Orochimaru smirked slightly. Seems like you're finally embracing your role as a wife. Oh, say whatever you like. I just want to rest for a while and enjoy your cooking these next few days. Cooking? Not happening. I'm too busy. Busy? I know you're working on research, but can't you take a break for a few days? No. What if I give you a massage tonight? It's not that, I'm genuinely occupied. At most, I'll use medical techniques to enhance it. Do you think I'd give in for that? Alright, alright. What if I let you do it on my face? Chapter 196, On Your Face? Orochimaru was taken aback by Tsunade's words. Was this Tsunade always so bold, or had she changed over time? Reflecting on it for a moment, Orochimaru leaned toward the latter. When they first became a couple, Tsunade had been affectionate but also somewhat conservative. She would never have said something like this back then. She probably only made this kind of offer because she was asking for something in return, but until now, she had never taken it this far. Did Tsunade truly have the potential to act like a devoted wife? Was Orochimaru genuinely moved by her proposition? Orochimaru's mind cleared up as he recognized his current situation. But it didn't matter much to him now. He was already past caring about that sort of thing. After all, the original Orochimaru from the series was even more eccentric than he was, they just had different areas of focus. This time, Orochimaru didn't refuse Tsunade's offer. He wasn't sure why Tsunade would make such a bold promise just for some home-cooked meals, but he wasn't going to question it. And in the conversation that followed, everything became clear. Tsunade wanted Kushina to stay at their house because, after they got together, her maternal instincts had started to emerge. She felt a strange compassion for Kushina. What an unexpected turn of events. Tsunade, despite her love for peace, was an elite ninja with a strong sense of duty. She wasn't one to pity someone simply because they had a difficult life story. Even if that person was a distant relative like Kushina from the Uzumaki clan, sympathy was not something easily given in the ninja world. Of course, Orochimaru had no objections to Tsunade's request. He was also curious to see how Konoha's higher-ups would react to it. The result was unsurprising. Thanks to Tsunade's influence, the Konoha leadership that would typically oppose such a move didn't interfere. Ordinarily, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina's movements would be strictly monitored, and living with other ninjas outside the designated areas of surveillance would be forbidden. Although living with other ninja wasn't the issue, the leaders would never risk exposing Kushina's status as the Jinchuriki. But with Tsunade involved, they had nothing to say. Tsunade wasn't just the princess of the Senju clan, she was also capable of using with release. Her position meant that dealing with Jinchuriki would eventually become part of her duties. So after some discussion, they didn't oppose the arrangement. Because of this, two new residents moved into Orochimaru's home, Tsunade and Kushina. Watching Orochimaru work in the kitchen, Kushina, who already had a certain admiration for him, felt her surprise deepen. Is this really one of the legendary Sannin, feared across the battlefield? It's unbelievable. As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Tsunade beside her. Tsunade, completely enamored, was watching Orochimaru cook with an expression of pure bliss. She didn't notice Kushina's gaze at all. So this is what happiness looks like, Kushina thought. By June of Konoha year 34, preparations for border defense rotations had begun, and many teams were heading to the front lines. Nawaki and Hyuga Hizashi, having grown stronger and gained battle experience alongside Orochimaru, were now set to participate in missions on their own. They had enough battlefield experience to operate independently, while Orochimaru would be leading a new team of recruits. Tsunade naturally worried about Nawaki joining another team, but war left no room for hesitation. Besides, Orochimaru assured her that with his advanced training, Nawaki's current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Even on the battlefield, he wouldn't fall easily. With that, Tsunade felt somewhat reassured. Orochimaru-sama, I'm in your care. Orochimaru-sama, please look after Makoto. On the street outside the Hokage's office, Orochimaru was slightly surprised when he saw the first new recruit reporting to him. Uchiha Makoto? Well, this is an interesting twist. Battlefield team composition was crucial for maintaining balance, so it was rare to see members of the same clan assigned to the same team. Thus, it wasn't out of the ordinary for an Uchiha to be part of his unit. Yes, it is, Orochimaru nodded, then turned to Uchiha Akihara beside him. Don't worry. Although this mission involves a 6-person squad, there are 2 jonin among us, so the risk should be manageable. I'm confident with you leading the team, sir, Uchiha Akihara responded respectfully. It wasn't flattery but an honest sentiment. This time, Konoha decided to assign 2 jonin to some squads because the last war had brought significant casualties. 1 jonin leading 5 rookies often wasn't enough for protection. In the previous conflict, many squads suffered losses, and some teams were even wiped out due to the inexperience of their members. Konoha had adjusted their tactics in response, but Orochimaru's team had remained unchanged. He didn't need the change. Not only did he achieve outstanding results with 5 recruits, but there were no casualties under his leadership. This demonstrated Orochimaru's exceptional skill in commanding his unit. After exchanging a few more words with Uchiha Akihara, who then left with his team, Orochimaru looked at the black-haired girl standing in front of him, deep in thought. Sir, when are we setting out? Makoto's voice broke into his thoughts. We'll meet at the village gates at 9 tomorrow morning. So now. You'll come with me for a bit, Orochimaru said decisively. Though puzzled, Makoto obediently followed him. They had only taken a couple of steps when another Uchiha passed by them, walking in the opposite direction. Their paths barely crossed, and there was no interaction. But the brief encounter left Orochimaru feeling even more puzzled. Chapter 197, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. In Orochimaru's mind, if those 2 would eventually become husband and wife, then they must have had some connection when they were young. Just like Konoha's original 12 heroes. Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto and Hinata, they'd known each other since childhood. But thinking more carefully, it made sense that Fugaku and Makoto weren't familiar with each other. They were 4 or 5 years apart in age. Their schooling levels were different, and their combat abilities weren't on the same level either. And since both were from the Uchiha clan, they usually wouldn't end up in the same team. Adding to that, it was the middle of the Second Great Ninja War, and everyone was preoccupied with battle. So, it was normal for them not to have the time to know each other. Never mind, let's go. Orochimaru shook his head, dismissing the thought. It wasn't his concern anyway. He led Makoto through several turns before they finally arrived at Konoha's scientific ninja tool lab. Lord Orochimaru, this place is... Makoto glanced around at the unfamiliar equipment, feeling a bit nervous. Don't be anxious, I just need your help with some research. Orochimaru smiled faintly. In truth, he was after a blood sample. Initially, he thought of coming up with an excuse, but then reconsidered, why bother? It was just blood. It wouldn't raise any alarms. As long as the timing was right, she had no reason not to cooperate. Support research? Makoto seemed surprised at first, but after Orochimaru explained that he just needed to draw some blood, she had no objections. A short time later. Thank you for your cooperation, Orochimaru said calmly as he observed the blood sample in the collector. As long as I can be of help to you, sir, it's no trouble at all. Is that so? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, then smirked as he set the sample aside and patted Mikoto's head. You're dismissed. Be at the village gates at 9 tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Mikoto's face reddened as Orochimaru patted her head, but she said nothing more. She covered her arm and turned to leave. Sitting in his chair, Orochimaru watched her slender figure as she walked away, lost in thought. Later that night, Tsunade was chatting with Kushina in the living room. Nawaki had already headed to the front lines, while Orochimaru had stayed in the backyard since his return from the lab. He stood, staring at a tree and deep in contemplation. No, to be precise, he was staring at a target fixed to the tree. The tree was a product of Tsunade's wood release, intended to make the yard less barren. The target had been placed there by Orochimaru for training purposes. Looks like I was overthinking. Mikoto's mental fortitude might be stronger than others in her clan, but she doesn't have the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He muttered to himself. Then, lifting his hand, he felt a fluctuation in the air as a specially made kunai materialized in his grasp. Enough. Time to test this. With a quick flick of his wrist, he hurled the kunai at the target. Thud! The kunai embedded itself perfectly in the center of the target, its dark metal glistening. Whoosh! In the next instant, Orochimaru's figure disappeared and reappeared at the target. Feeling the sensation of his body shifting through space, Orochimaru's brows knitted together. The speed of my space jump is still slower than what I remember of Minato. Why is that? In his memories, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique allowed for instantaneous teleportation to any marked location, without any preparation. But after acquiring the technique himself, Orochimaru realized it wasn't so simple. The technique relied on a principle. The mark of the Flying Thunder God was essentially an imprint of mental energy. To teleport, one needed to connect their mental energy to the mark, creating a spatial jump. The speed at which one could connect to the mark dictated the transmission speed. And how fast could one establish that connection? It all came down to mental strength. The stronger the mental fortitude and chakra control, the quicker the connection, and thus, the faster the teleportation. Now, one might ask, if the speed of the Flying Thunder God depended on mental strength, wouldn't Uchiha or Hyuga members, with their powerful eyes and mental capabilities, be faster than Minato? Yes, in theory. The power of the eyes reflected mental strength. Uchiha and Hyuga had stronger spiritual power than most shinobi. Even if Minato's mental strength was above average for a non-clan shinobi, it couldn't surpass an Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan. So theoretically, their Flying Thunder God could be faster than Minato's. But, that was only theoretical. Learning the Flying Thunder God required more than strong mental power. It demanded innate talent for space-time ninjutsu. Top-tier talent, not just the ability to summon. Otherwise, the third Hokage or Danzo would have mastered it long ago. Orochimaru speculated that the original Orochimaru never mastered it, likely due to a lack of natural space-time talent or coming into contact with it too late, causing some issue with his soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But that wasn't his concern now. With his current level of eye power from the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru knew he had proven his spatial talent. Otherwise, learning this technique wouldn't have been possible. Yet, despite having the talent and mental strength, why couldn't he match Minato's space jump speed from his memory? Did the technique still need refining? Or was it a matter of lacking innate spatial talent? Orochimaru felt a bit puzzled. Hey, Orochimaru. Yes? Kushina's asleep, so, I understand. Hearing Tsunade's voice, Orochimaru's frown eased, and he smiled, pulling her into his arms. Tsunade, when I'm with you, it's the only time I feel truly alive. Really? I'll end this war as quickly as possible. I believe in you. Orochimaru smirked and, without waiting for Tsunade's response, slid his hand beneath her shirt, teasing her peaks and brushing against their sensitive tips. No matter how many times, I still love this part of you. Orochimaru, not here. What if Kushina? It's fine. Just stay quiet. Ignoring her faint protests, Orochimaru pressed her back against the tree. Unbeknownst to them, in the living room, a small red-haired girl, who had woken up to get a drink of water, caught a fleeting glimpse of the scene. Chapter 198. Orochimaru himself had lost his parents, and even after being reborn into this world, he still had no family or close friends. Konoha never felt like home to him, and he couldn't feel his presence there. Initially, he trained tirelessly to survive, conducted meticulous research, took on missions to prove himself on the battlefield, and even collaborated with Danzo. Later, to give himself purpose, he set a lofty goal: to unite the entire ninja world under his power. But that goal was distant, and the journey toward it was exhausting. There were times when Orochimaru felt lost. Why push so hard? To survive? To prevent Madara's resurrection? If that were the case, his current strength would be more than sufficient. It didn't take monumental power to thwart Madara's return, just a few well-placed plans would suffice. And uniting the ninja world? What real benefit did that bring him? What was the point of pursuing it? Orochimaru found himself grappling with these thoughts, unable to make sense of his own motivations. Sometimes, he needed to feel alive through unconventional means. Many people in the ninja world search for their purpose in unusual ways. For instance, in the early stages of the original series, Gaara found his purpose in killing. Haku existed for Zabuza. Nagato's life revolved around Yahiko and Konan. Kimimaro lived for Orochimaru. There were endless examples: people, goals, power, ideologies, all serving as anchors to keep going. At the core, it was about finding a reason to live. And Orochimaru was no different now. For him, that reason was Tsunade. Only when he was with Tsunade could he truly feel that he was alive. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a young red-haired girl watched everything happening in the yard, eyes wide with astonishment under the moonlight. What did she just see? Kushina was bewildered. Though only 10, ninja children matured faster than most. She didn't fully grasp what was happening, but she knew enough to understand that whatever it was meant for adults. The fact that the usually fierce, strong-willed Tsunade would act so submissive around Orochimaru? That was beyond belief. And was that edible? Why else would Tsunade seem to enjoy it so much? Kushina's cheeks flushed as she clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle any noise. She tiptoed back to her room and buried herself under her quilt, heart racing. But her face stayed hot, and she couldn't shake the scene she'd just witnessed. The words, the movements, the looks, and the expressions all replayed vividly in her mind. And Tsunade's chest, it was really that big. Wait! What was she even thinking? Kushina pulled the blanket over her head, trying to block out the memory and calm herself. The next morning, Orochimaru and Tsunade were up early and headed to the village gates while Kushina was still fast asleep. The war continued, but this time, Orochimaru's entire squad had changed. In addition to Uchiha Mikoto, there was 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Orochimaru didn't even bother to remember their names, but each of them showed him utmost respect. When they found out they'd be assigned to Orochimaru's team the day before, they were thrilled. Even the Jonin, named Jiro, was taken aback by his assignment. He was going to fight alongside Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? It was almost surreal. Let's go! When Orochimaru reached the village gates, he gave a casual wave to the team. He'd seen more than enough war in his time. There was no need for pre-battle speeches or rallying cries. Once they arrived at the battlefield, he would assess their skills. That was more than sufficient. Tsunade and Orochimaru parted ways there, as they were suited to different roles. Orochimaru wasn't bothered by it. During wartime, there was little time for romance anyway. This time, battles were still conducted in team formations. Orochimaru led his squad swiftly toward the front lines facing the Sand Village. Though he found these repetitive wars tiresome, he still fought with meticulous precision. Summoning reconnaissance snakes, the small black serpents, Manda, none were spared. Upon learning that Orochimaru had joined the battlefield, the Sand Shinobi became more cautious in their strategies. Even the third Kazekage was frustrated but could do little against him. Chiyo had already lost her son and was struggling with her motivation to fight. Meanwhile, Konoha had its own formidable lineup with the Sannin and Hatake Tsukumo. In such a balanced struggle, the Sand Village was stuck. After less than a year of Orochimaru's presence on the battlefield, the Sand Village found itself in a difficult position. Advance? With Orochimaru and Tsukumo there, they couldn't break through. Retreat? That felt like admitting defeat. So, after deliberation, the third Kazekage made an important decision. The Land of Rivers was a small country situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. During war, such neutral lands inevitably became the battlefields for larger nations. Just like the Land of Rain before it. Now, while there were still battle sites in the Land of Rain, due to Hanzo's previous strength, many conflicts had shifted to the Land of Rivers. Amid the rugged mountains of the Land of Rivers, 5 figures hid behind large rocks flanking the road, waiting in silence. Mikoto, dressed in standard-issue gear with a sword on her back, hid behind a boulder, eyes fixed on Orochimaru's back with admiration. Over the past year, she had witnessed countless battles led by him and understood just how different the Sannin were from ordinary ninja. Even among Jonin, they weren't equals. 5 enemy Jonin attacking with everything they had still couldn't harm Orochimaru. With someone like him in the village, how could any other shinobi village hope to win against Konoha? Mikoto! Mikoto? Yes. Yes! Mikoto snapped out of her reverie, responding quickly. Orochimaru frowned. Stay focused on the battlefield. Apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Never mind that. Are we at the right position according to our intel? Mikoto glanced at the map, then at the terrain around them. Yes, this matches the map perfectly. Good. Lord Orochimaru, if I may ask, who are we waiting to ambush here? Even you seem cautious. Who are we ambushing? Orochimaru smirked. I'm not certain. But according to our intel, it's likely the third Kazekage. What? The third Kazekage? Chapter 199, hearing Orochimaru's response, Mikoto was completely stunned. She initially thought that Orochimaru's serious demeanor suggested a formidable opponent, but she never expected it to be the third Kazekage. Was he serious? The third Kazekage wasn't just any ninja, he was the highest authority in the Sand Village, their supreme leader. A figure like that wouldn't normally step onto the battlefield himself. What were the chances of him actually being here? Mikoto found it hard to believe, and so did the rest of Orochimaru's team. Lord Orochimaru, are you joking? This can't be true. Are we really trying to ambush the third Kazekage? Ambushing the third Kazekage? The idea was staggering. He was said to be the strongest Kazekage in history. And their team was supposed to take him on? With this lineup, it felt like they were marching to their deaths. After hearing their murmurs, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, I shouldn't have brought you along, but I received the intel mid-mission and didn't bother switching teams. Is it really the third Kazekage, Lord Orochimaru? You're not serious, are you? His teammates were visibly shaken. Ambushing the third Kazekage with just 5 people? Was this a mistake? Yes, there were only 5 of them now. Their original 6-man team had lost a member in a previous skirmish. One of them had fallen victim to an enemy trap. Although Orochimaru had pulled him from the explosion in time, he was still too injured to continue. So now, only 5 remained. Besides the Jonin named Jiro, the other 3 were Chunin with less than a year of battlefield experience. While they had learned the basics of warfare, their overall combat strength was lacking. This kind of formation wouldn't stand a chance against Kazekage, and even if they were facing a squad of enemy Jonin, everyone aside from Orochimaru would probably be wiped out. My lord. Mikoto hesitated, unsure of what to say. Could she admit she was scared? It's fine. Go set up the traps. I'll give you cover when it's time to retreat, Orochimaru said calmly. Jiro blinked for a moment before nodding resolutely. Understood. You too, follow me. As expected of a Jonin, Jiro was decisive and quick to act. The two Chunin exchanged looks and then nodded. Yes. Yes. In the hills west of the Land of Rivers, Konoha and Suna shinobi were already clashing. They leaped between cover, weapons gleaming as they flew through the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, two shuriken shot out from the forest, striking a Konoha shinobi midair. Poof! A burst of white smoke, and the shinobi transformed into a wooden log. A substitution? Found you! Not that easy. Clang! Metal clashed with metal, sparks flying as the shinobi sprang apart. A sand ninja, now exposed, found himself charged by another Konoha shinobi from the side. A kunai in hand, the Konoha shinobi aimed for the sand ninja's heart, eyes cold and determined. Die! Thud! Metal met flesh, and blood sprayed as the sand ninja's eyes widened before collapsing. But even in death, there was a wild glint in his eyes. Thud! Boom! A massive explosion followed as the fallen sand ninja, who had attached two paper bombs to the Konoha shinobi, detonated them. The Konoha shinobi was blasted away, landing in a crumpled heap, barely breathing. Before he could react, another sand ninja rushed in and finished him off with a swift cut to the throat. The chaos of battle was punctuated by more explosions and clashes. One careless moment could mean death. This was war. Despite the mutual casualties, Konoha still maintained the upper hand in the skirmish due to superior numbers and morale. But just as the Konoha shinobi were about to drive back the sand ninjas, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. Several Konoha shinobi shielded their eyes from the wind. What's happening? Reinforcements? Be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black particles swept through the air like a rainstorm, crashing down on the Konoha shinobi. Aya! Screams echoed as blood splattered, bodies torn apart by the onslaught. The black iron is too dense. There's no place to dodge. Damn it! What is this? That's... Out of the forest, a man with a sharp gaze and spiked hair stepped forward. Draped in a white robe, his presence radiated power. The sheer pressure he exuded marked him as an elite shinobi. This presence... A Konoha ninja glanced at the black iron filings surrounding them with a look of horror. Is this iron sand? You're the third Kazekage? What? The third Kazekage? Shock rippled through the Konoha ranks as they stared at the man in disbelief. How can Kazekage be here? It's impossible, isn't it? Don't let any of them escape, the third Kazekage ordered, voice cold and firm. Yes, sir. With that command, Tsunade Jonin emerged from the shadows, instantly surrounding the remaining Konoha shinobi. Goodbye. Perish. Blades flashed, and the Konoha shinobi's desperate cries echoed through the hills. Swish, swish, swish. After the swift elimination of the Konoha forces, the Sand Jonin regrouped in front of the third Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, the area is secure. The third Kazekage nodded slightly. Are you certain Orochimaru is operating in this region? Yes, sir. According to our sources, his team was spotted near the base of the mountain earlier this morning. Good. Let's move. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The third Kazekage adjusted his robe and took the lead, dashing toward their target. The third Kazekage. The most formidable force in Tsunade. Renowned as the strongest Kazekage in history. Why was he here, leading a mission himself? To understand that, one must look back to when Orochimaru entered the Sand Front. As is common knowledge, shinobi always rely on reconnaissance first in battle. And with Orochimaru, who utilized invisible surveillance snakes, shadow clones, and his own acute senses, Sand's traps and concealment techniques were rendered useless. He consistently gained the upper hand, striking before they could react. With Orochimaru's strength, did they stand any chance of counterattacking effectively? The answer was no. Thus, when Orochimaru appeared on the battlefield, the Sand Ninjas would often abort missions and retreat to avoid him. This meant that despite an extended battlefront, actual combat became stifled. Chapter 200, the Sand Village wanted this war to continue, and to make that happen, the third Kazekage himself had come out to take down Orochimaru. If he could eliminate either Orochimaru or Hatake Tsukumo, it would give his forces the freedom to move on the battlefield without constraint. He was here to kill Orochimaru. At the same time, Orochimaru had every intention of killing him. In a clash between two armies, taking down the leader was the fastest path to victory. If the Kazekage were eliminated, the Sand forces would be left leaderless and unable to mount an effective counterattack. But the Land of Wind was vast, and Orochimaru couldn't fly. Finding the Kazekage, let alone challenging him to a direct fight, was no simple task. So, his only option was to remain on the battlefield, systematically taking out stronger opponents one by one. He knew that his actions would eventually draw out the higher-ups of the Sand Village. As he continued to eliminate more powerful foes and strengthen his reputation, the arrival of the Kazekage became inevitable unless the Sand Village chose to retreat permanently. And, just as he expected, he received intel from Konoha's intelligence department the previous morning. The report indicated that the third Kazekage was preparing to make a move, likely targeting either Orochimaru or Hatake Tsukumo, and advised caution until reinforcements could arrive. The report also provided a rough route that the Kazekage might take. And now, Orochimaru stood along that path with his team, ready for a counterattack. Lord Orochimaru, can we really pull this off? Mikoto whispered, her voice unsteady as she crouched behind him after setting the traps. The Kazekage was no ordinary foe. How could traps set up so hastily be of any use? Orochimaru turned his head slightly, his eyes meeting hers. Are you afraid? Mikoto lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Who wouldn't be afraid? Not everyone possessed Orochimaru's strength. Orochimaru's voice remained calm. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll make sure you all have a chance to retreat. Then, what about you? Me? Orochimaru smirked. I'll be staying to end this war. What? You. Quiet. They're coming. In the dense jungle, dozens of figures raced forward at high speed. The third Kazekage led the group, flanked by over a dozen jonin as his guard. They should be in this area. Stay alert, he commanded. Yes, sir. Hold up! The third Kazekage raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Without needing further orders, the sensory ninjas in the group activated their abilities. Within moments, they detected the hidden presence of enemies, exchanged quick nods, and reported their findings to the Kazekage. The third Kazekage's lips curled into a cold smile as he listened to the report. He waved his hand. The Sand Ninjas immediately understood, dispersing and positioning themselves to encircle the nearby mountain. Konoha rats, we know you're here. Come out and face your death. His voice cut through the air, confident and unwavering. Damn it, we've been found out. What do we do now, Lord Orochimaru? I don't want to die. Lord Orochimaru. Well, I was hoping for an ambush, but it looks like we've got quite the guest this time. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the rock with an air of feigned disappointment. The other Konoha ninjas, gripping their weapons tightly, followed his lead. There was no other choice. Hiding at this point meant certain death. Following Orochimaru, on the other hand, at least gave them a fighting chance. It was a hard-earned lesson they had learned from previous missions under him. But even so, looking at the 30 to 40 Sand Ninjas surrounding them, fear clutched at their hearts. Even the Jonin and Mikoto's hands trembled as they gripped their weapons. It was still hard for them to understand why Orochimaru had brought them here to ambush the Kazekage, and with so few people, no less. It seemed impossible. You're Orochimaru? The third Kazekage's voice was direct and cold. Looks like it, Orochimaru said with a nonchalant grin. The Kazekage's eyes narrowed as he took in Orochimaru's pale complexion and long hair. A look of disdain crossed his face. Is that all? Is that all? Orochimaru echoed, smirking. I thought the legendary Sannin of Konoha would be more formidable. The Kazekage's gaze shifted to the Konoha team behind Orochimaru. But this? You're insulting me. Suddenly, kunai with explosive tags flew at them from all directions, closing in fast. Before Orochimaru could react, the Jonin, Jiro, was already moving. He slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth wall. Boom! For thick walls of earth rose up, shielding the team from the incoming projectiles. The detonating tags hit the walls and exploded, shrouding the area in smoke and dust. Lord Orochimaru. Jiro began, voice tense. But before he could finish, a hiss interrupted him. A giant purple-patterned serpent appeared beneath them, breaking through the walls. Hey, Orochimaru! Take them and get out of here, Manda, Orochimaru ordered. Fine! Manda, now more cooperative than before, didn't question orders, even if he wasn't pleased about others standing on his head. The giant snake coiled up, grabbed the 4 shinobi, and began slithering away, smashing through any obstacles in its path. Orochimaru leaped off Manda's head as it charged forward. Boom! 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 The sand shinobi weren't idle either. They quickly raised earth walls in an attempt to block Manda's escape. But Manda was not only powerful, he was agile. If he could dodge, he did. If he couldn't, he forced his way through. Stopping a determined Manda was near impossible. The third Kazekage's eyes narrowed as he watched the rampaging serpent. He prepared to use his iron sand to halt it when... Boom! The ground beneath him gave way, and iron walls rose around him, forming an arena. Earth release, earth prison. The collapsed ground and the iron walls around it created a makeshift duel ring. As the dust settled, the third Kazekage's expression darkened. He realized it was now just him and Orochimaru within this iron-walled space. What was going on? Is this brat challenging me to a one-on-one duel? Did he use his team as bait to get his subordinates out? No. There's no way all of his people could have escaped. What? The third Kazekage's eyes widened as he noticed several bodies lying on the ground. Dead? When did this happen? Now, no one will interrupt us, right, Lord Kazekage? Chapter 201, My name is Uchiha Makoto. I am 15 years old, and I hail from the Uchiha clan of Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Although I'm a girl, I am already a Chunin, and not just any Chunin, but one who possesses the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's unique Kekkai Genkai. Being a Chunin means being a ninja capable of holding one's own on the battlefield. Of course, these details aren't the most important. What truly matters is how I awaken my Sharingan. There are widespread rumors that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is cursed, that its awakening requires going through intense emotional pain and tears. But that wasn't the case for me. I remember first awakening my eyes at the age of 11 when I met Orochimaru-sama. That night, he gave me a special potion. Following the advice of my father and the clan head, I took it. After a period of searing pain, I thought I'd go blind, but instead, my vision sharpened and my eyes awakened. And over the years, I never experienced any negative side effects. I was naive back then, unaware of the potion's significance or why Orochimaru-sama would give me such a precious item. I just thought Orochimaru-sama was incredibly powerful if he could awaken the Sharingan in an Uchiha without the usual trauma. Even my father, a proud and stoic man, had nothing but praise for him. But as I grew older, I came to understand many things, and my respect for Orochimaru-sama only deepened. Not only is he a genius in developing ninja tools and conducting groundbreaking research, but his strength is almost beyond belief. Thanks to his countless contributions, our village repelled Sand Village's assaults and defeated Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, earning a formidable reputation in the ninja world. Everyone in the village revered Orochimaru-sama as a hero, myself included. And what I didn't expect was that my first mission on the battlefield would be under his command. It felt like a dream come true. In battle, Orochimaru-sama was not only experienced but surprisingly attentive to newcomers like me. His words were often cold and detached, but when danger loomed, he was always the first to shield us. Being near Orochimaru-sama brought a sense of safety that I had never felt before. If I were to choose a future partner, I'd want someone like him, a powerful and unwavering shinobi. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but smile softly as the wind rushed past me. I glanced at the massive, purple-patterned serpent beneath me and spoke up. "Lord Manda, are we really going to leave Orochimaru-sama behind like this?" "Yes, Lord Manda. Orochimaru-sama is strong, but he's facing the third Kazekage," another Chunin added nervously. "And the number of enemies. I'm afraid." Manda's eyes narrowed, his expression turning into a smirk. "Ha! What, are you thinking of going back and holding him back?" Holding him back? They all froze for a moment. When facing a Kage-level opponent, Chunin like them or even the Jonin with them would be nothing more than liabilities. Enough chatter. I'm dropping you here. Once we're far enough from that guy, the summoning contract will end. I need to return and deal with any pursuers. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Manda. Boom! 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 The battle raged within the makeshift arena Orochimaru had created using Earth Release. Thunderous noises echoed as the two clashed. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. Buzz! Hammer-like projectiles and iron spikes hovered in the air, spinning like tops as they relentlessly pursued Orochimaru. He leaped and twisted gracefully, narrowly dodging each strike. To an outsider, his movements seemed chaotic, but there was a method to his evasion. Smoke and debris filled the arena, now littered with craters and the bodies of sand shinobi. The scene resembled a battlefield that had seen countless skirmishes. The third Kazekage's hands moved fluidly, iron sand pouring from his sleeves as he tracked Orochimaru's every move with hawk-like focus. This guy. Orochimaru smirked mid-leap, and in an instant, his form flickered out of sight. Snap! He reappeared behind the Kazekage, hands forming a seal as his chakra surged, flaring like a wild flame. Let's see how you handle this. Summoning Jutsu, formation of 10,000 snakes. Hiss, hiss. A torrent of serpents burst from Orochimaru's sleeves, their tongues flicking as they writhed and expanded. Within moments, the small stream of snakes multiplied, one becoming two, two becoming four becoming 8, and so on. In seconds, an ocean of snakes swarmed the battlefield. Impressive. Faced with the incoming wave, the third Kazekage didn't hesitate. He manipulated the iron sand, slicing through the mass of serpents with deadly precision. Slash! Slash! The iron spikes shredded countless snakes, scattering pieces everywhere. What kind of battle is this? This is terrifying. Can Orochimaru really push Lord Kazekage this far? The sand shinobi who hadn't managed to follow Manda's escape stood at the perimeter, watching the duel from a distance. They wanted to jump in and help, but this level of combat was beyond them. Entering would do nothing but disrupt their own leader. In the arena, Orochimaru seized the moment while the third Kazekage was occupied with the serpents. He extended his right hand, and space rippled as the Kuzunagi's sword, gleaming with a silver light, materialized in his grasp. Against an opponent like the Kazekage, Orochimaru had to play all his cards. The Kazekage wasn't an enemy to take lightly, he was leagues above ordinary shinobi. So Orochimaru had no intention of holding back. The Kazekage's eyes narrowed as Orochimaru disappeared again. The memory of the serpents swarming toward him was fresh in his mind, but now Orochimaru's speed reminded him of someone. It felt eerily similar to the stories of the second Hokage, known as the fastest in the ninja world. But there was no time to dwell on it. He pushed off the ground with a swift motion, dodging Orochimaru's strike and propelling himself into the air. Massive black wings formed behind him, shimmering with an iron-like gleam. Magnet release, iron sand wing. The wings flapped once, lifting the Kazekage higher into the sky. Seeing his opponent soar into the air, Orochimaru paused, eyes glinting with excitement. Flying? Now that's an ability worth having. Orochimaru, I'll admit you're strong, but this is as far as you go. As the Kazekage spoke, the hammers and spikes of iron sand merged, falling like a storm from above and splitting into countless shards as they descended. Magnet release, Iron Sand World. Chapter 202, the third Kazekage's wings, crafted from black iron sand, kept him hovering authoritatively in the sky. He was surprised that Orochimaru possessed the legendary speed of the second Hokage and understood now why his subordinates had fallen so quickly. Even he struggled to keep up with such rapid movements. Armed with this knowledge, he had no intention of engaging Orochimaru in direct combat. He intended to use his aerial advantage to bring him down. The Iron Sand World method, his most powerful offensive technique, was both dense and limited in range. The iron sand formed a vast, expanding web, closing in on Orochimaru like a net. Descending from above, it was an overwhelming assault. Seeing the onslaught, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! 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 Countless black iron tendrils pierced the ground around Orochimaru, relentless and unforgiving. The sheer force sent tremors through the arena, shattering the ground and raising clouds of dust that obscured the view. Is it over? Most likely. No one survived that move from Kazekage-sama before. Wait, something's wrong. Kazekage-sama, watch out. The sand ninjas around the arena shouted in alarm as a kunai, glinting ominously, shot out of the cloud of dust. Its trajectory was sharp and precise, heading straight for the third Kazekage's face. But he didn't flinch. Buzz! An unseen magnetic force rippled outward, halting the kunai just 2 meters from the Kazekage, as if an invisible wall had blocked it. Humph, such a weak attempt. The third Kazekage scoffed. With his mastery over magnetism, metal-based attacks were futile against him. Even Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword was ineffective. But in the next moment, whoosh! A figure materialized right where the kunai had stopped. The third Kazekage's eyes sharpened as he instinctively looked at the newcomer. His gaze met a pair of scarlet eyes, marked by 3 black tomo connected by an intricate pattern. Those eyes. No! Realization dawned too late. He tried to shut his eyes, but a wave of disorienting dizziness surged through him. The magnetic field he controlled collapsed instantly, and his body began to plummet from the sky. As he fell, a single thought echoed in his mind. Orochimaru, has the Sharingan? How could this be possible? The third Kazekage was familiar with the Sharingan and had reviewed Orochimaru's profile extensively. Never in any report did it mention Orochimaru wielding the Sharingan. And yet, here he was, staring into eyes more powerful than any Uchiha he had faced. Impossible. As his mind raced, a flash of silver caught his eye. A long sword, the Kusanagi, pierced him midair, striking true. Lord Kazekage! Kazekage-sama! The sand ninjas shouted, stunned, as the reality before them sank in. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Whoosh! Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He followed up with a rapid sequence of moves, appearing next to the falling Kazekage. The hilt of the Kusanagi sword, still embedded in the Kazekage's chest, bore the mark of the flying thunder god. Goodbye. Orochimaru's cold voice was the last thing the Kazekage heard before a final burst of blood arced into the air. Bang! Both figures hit the ground, but only one rose again. Orochimaru stood, while the third Kazekage lay lifeless, his body unmoving. Why had the third Kazekage been confident in going after Orochimaru? First, it was his own formidable strength. Second, it was the intelligence he had on Orochimaru. Information is vital in a battle between high-level shinobi. It was the same reason Jiraiya had been at a disadvantage when facing Pain in the original story. If Jiraiya had known Pain's secrets, the outcome could have been different. He might not have won, but he wouldn't have died so decisively. The third Kazekage believed he had sufficient information on Orochimaru, his speed, his use of summoning snakes. None of this worried him, his own abilities could counter them easily. Even when Orochimaru revealed the Flying Thunder God technique, the Kazekage adapted quickly, using his magnetism to control the kunai and prevent them from approaching. This neutralized most of Orochimaru's teleportation options, reinforcing his confidence. But he hadn't calculated for one crucial detail, Orochimaru possessing the Sharingan, and not just any Sharingan, but the Mangekyo. This twist was beyond his comprehension. How could Orochimaru have a Sharingan, let alone one as powerful as this? Even in his final moments, he couldn't find the answer. For Orochimaru, the Kazekage's magnet release was a significant challenge. Without using the Sharingan or his wood release, defeating the Kazekage would have been extremely difficult. His Kusanagi sword and kunai were rendered useless, and the Kazekage had already identified and neutralized his reconnaissance snake, eliminating the chance of a sneak attack. Ultimately, Orochimaru's only viable option was to use the Mangekyo Sharingan in combination with the Flying Thunder God technique. He used the Mangekyo to slip past the gaps in the Sand Iron World method, teleported to the Kazekage, and locked eyes with him to activate a Jinjutsu. Although his eye power wasn't on the same level as Madara Uchiha's, the Kazekage wasn't as resistant to Jinjutsu as the fourth Reikage. Caught off guard, the Kazekage fell victim to the illusion. In battles like these, even the slightest lapse could be fatal. The surrounding sand ninjas stared in shock at their fallen leader, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. The fight had ended so abruptly and at such a distance that they hadn't even seen Orochimaru's eyes. They couldn't fathom how the Kazekage had been defeated so suddenly. Why had their strongest warrior fallen from the sky? By the time they processed what had happened and rushed forward, Orochimaru had already taken the blood he needed and left. There was no point in engaging these remaining shinobi. It would waste time and energy for no real gain. With a few swift leaps and the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru vanished from their sight. This can't be. Lord Kazekage, really? The sand ninjas gathered around the body of the third Kazekage, stunned into silence. Chapter 203, Magnet Release? It does have its uses, not just for an absolute defense similar to Gaara's, but for flight too? How exactly does the flying work? Manipulating the magnetic field around oneself? Orochimaru strolled through the jungle, muttering his thoughts aloud. While defensive techniques weren't particularly appealing to him, the ability to fly piqued his interest. From what he had observed during the battle with the third Kazekage, the ability to fly offered an advantage, although it wasn't especially fast and the altitude was limited. Still, it was better than nothing. Can't complain, he mused internally. Anything useful is a win. With the genes of the first Hokage and the Uchiha clan already integrated into his body, most other bloodline abilities paled in comparison. After all, the power of wood release and the Sharingan was unmatched. What bloodline could truly compare with those? Yet, the magnet release was intriguing enough to consider integrating. Lord Orochimaru. A clear, gentle voice broke his thoughts. Moments later, the sound of swift footsteps followed, and several figures appeared before him. Orochimaru looked up. Mikoto, you're all safe, I see. Yes, we're fine. Mikoto stuttered, surprised. Shouldn't she be the one asking if he was all right? Lord Orochimaru, you. I'm fine, Orochimaru cut her off with a wave of his hand, already anticipating her question. Fine? And the third Kazekage? He's dead. What? Dead? The brief exchange left everyone around stunned. No. No way. The third Kazekage was really killed by Orochimaru-sama? They looked at Orochimaru, whose clothes were dusty but showed no signs of injury. The disbelief was clear in their eyes. Not injured? To kill the third Kazekage without taking any damage? And surrounded by so many enemies? It sounded impossible. No need for fuss, Orochimaru said flatly. Let's head back. With the Kazekage dead, the Sand Village forces will retreat soon enough. He spoke as if it were a minor event, leaving the others momentarily dumbfounded. When they snapped out of their shock, Orochimaru was already walking ahead. They hurried to catch up. The news of the third Kazekage's death at the hands of Orochimaru on the battlefield quickly reached Konoha's frontline outposts. Initially, the reports were met with disbelief. The third Kazekage was renowned for his strength. Even if someone could defeat him in battle, killing him was another matter entirely. There were few in the entire ninja world capable of such a feat. Even if two Kage-level ninjas fought, the most likely outcome would be mutual destruction. How could Orochimaru, a disciple of the Hokage, accomplish this? But the news became undeniable when the Sand forces began their retreat, and confirmations arrived from different channels. The reality was inescapable, and soon, the news spread like wildfire. It wasn't long before all of Konoha was abuzz with talk. Has Orochimaru become this strong? Sitting in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was taken aback when he received the confirmation. He knew that even against the third Kazekage, his own odds would be about 60-40 at best. How had Orochimaru grown powerful enough to kill him? Hiruzen considered even a draw to be a stretch. Astonishing. Yes, but it's definitely good news for us. Indeed. With the Sand retreating, IWA won't hold out much longer. Sarutobi, your student is something else. The Konoha leadership had lost count of how many times Orochimaru had shocked them. Logically, they should have been used to his achievements by now. But each time, Orochimaru managed to surprise them, sparking a new wave of awe. The death of the third Kazekage sent shockwaves through the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. After their retreat, Orochimaru and Mikoto swiftly moved to the IWA front. Facing the combined might of Konoha and their recent defeat, IWA was forced to surrender. With the fall of both Sand and IWA, Konoha celebrated a major victory. Orochimaru's decisive act of killing the third Kazekage had not only turned the tide but also led to the Second Ninja War ending several years earlier than expected. At that time, Orochimaru was just 25 years old. The death of the third Kazekage? Killed by Orochimaru? As the news spread through the other nations, reactions ranged from shock to disbelief. Did Orochimaru of Konoha possess the strength to kill a Kage? And not just any Kage, but the third Kazekage of the Sand Village? The third Kazekage was widely considered the strongest in the Sand Village's history. If Orochimaru had killed him in the midst of battle, didn't that mean his strength now exceeded Kage level? Not only had Konoha developed advanced technology, but it now had an additional Kage-level powerhouse. It was important to understand that the title of Kage wasn't just honorary, it came with weight. In the entire ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 major villages had the right to bear that title. A Kage was not only a symbol of prestige but also a representation of power. Anyone who held the title was a force to be reckoned with, commanding respect from other great nations. Because of this, after the Second Ninja War, Orochimaru's name spread rapidly throughout the world. He became as famous as Hanzo of the Salamander, if not more so. After all, even Hanzo had suffered defeat at the hands of Orochimaru. Back in Sand Village, the death of the third Kazekage left them without a clear successor. Chiyo and Ebizo took on the duties of leadership temporarily, but the blow to their morale was severe. With ongoing tensions with IWA, the village faced both internal and external crises. If IWA hadn't also taken heavy losses, Sand might have been vulnerable to an immediate invasion. Meanwhile, Konoha basked in their victory. Though they had suffered casualties, the strategic gains and minimized losses made the victory all the sweeter. The entire village celebrated. Lord Orochimaru, look this way. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama is incredible. Orochimaru-sama, I love you. As Orochimaru walked through the streets of Konoha, he was met with cheers and admiration. The swift end to the war was largely attributed to his slaying of the third Kazekage. And waiting for him back in the village was Tsunade, who had returned earlier and greeted him with a grin. Haha, Orochimaru, you really are amazing. Chapter 204. In the crowd, Tsunade ignored the eyes of onlookers and threw herself into Orochimaru's arms. In that moment, as Orochimaru's partner, she felt an immense sense of pride. Orochimaru's defeat of the third Kazekage was a battle that had shifted the entire course of the war. It was akin to Minato Namake's famous victory at the Canopy Bridge during the Third Ninja War. Holding Tsunade close, Orochimaru allowed a rare smile to cross his face. Let me report to Sensei first. Umechim. I'll go with you. Tsunade nodded enthusiastically, grasping Orochimaru's hand as they made their way to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen had been waiting. The Konoha higher-ups were more than pleased with Orochimaru's recent accomplishments. They hadn't been privy to all the details of the battle, but the fact that Orochimaru had managed to kill the third Kazekage before reinforcements even arrived was both surprising and uplifting news. Konoha's triumph in battle, coupled with Orochimaru's achievements, seemed like the perfect outcome. But for Hiruzen, it was a bittersweet moment. On one hand, he was thrilled by Konoha's great victory and the significant role Orochimaru had played in minimizing losses. On the other, the power and influence Orochimaru was amassing made him uneasy, especially with Orochimaru's ties to Danzo. It left a bitter taste in Hiruzen's mouth, though now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The pressing matter of managing diplomatic relations with other nations demanded his full attention. So, after giving Orochimaru and Tsunade well-deserved praise, he allowed them to take their leave. With the support of the legendary Sannin and the shock of the third Kazekage's death, Konoha took a firm stance in negotiations. Konoha demanded reparations from both the Sand and Stone villages and pressed the Land of Lightning for an explanation about the attempted kidnapping involving the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The Sand village, weakened and leaderless after the loss of their Kazekage, had no choice but to comply. The Stone village, having suffered multiple defeats and caught between two attacking forces, was forced into submission and had to temporarily yield to Konoha's terms. As for the Land of Lightning, while tensions remained, Konoha's acknowledgement of their past aid and the deaths of the Kumo shinobi involved in the Ninetales incident led to a fragile truce. Despite the lingering resentment, the Kumo ninjas had little to say, at least for now. With that, the Second Ninja War officially came to an end. Orochimaru, how about a drink? Sounds good. Outside the Hokage's office, Tsunade invited Orochimaru for a celebratory drink. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. The war's early end meant a return to peace, if only temporarily. Even Orochimaru felt the need to unwind. Just the two of them, they found a small tavern and sat facing each other. Food and drinks were quickly brought to their table. Tsunade raised her glass and looked at Orochimaru, eyes glinting with admiration. Orochimaru, I never imagined you'd reach the level where you could kill a Kage one-on-one. When did you become this strong? Defeating a Kage was no trivial feat. It was an entirely different realm of power compared to their previous 3-on-1 battle against Hanzo. This was no mere victory, this was a kill. And not just any Kage, but the third Kazekage. Even Tsunade found it hard to believe. It was nothing more than an intelligence advantage, Orochimaru said calmly. The third Kazekage was formidable. Orochimaru knew he'd managed to kill him largely because of a gap in information. The combination of the Flying Thunder God technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the immense chakra reserves granted by his enhanced body, all these assets provided him with the capability to challenge and defeat a Kage-level opponent. And these were precisely the aspects that the Sand Village had no knowledge of. In a battle where critical information was missing, victory was far easier to secure. Orochimaru was certain that if the Sand Village had known about these abilities, they wouldn't have engaged him in such a direct manner. And even if they had, they would have prepared countermeasures. In that case, defeating the third Kazekage would have still been possible, but killing him? That would have been significantly more challenging. An intelligence gap? Tsunade chuckled. I suppose that's true. Even I didn't know the full extent of your abilities. How could the Saiyan ninjas have? She downed her drink in one go, a smile playing at her lips. Orochimaru paused, glass halfway to his mouth. What, are you upset that I've kept things from you? No. No, I get it, Tsunade said, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. It's normal for ninjas to have their secrets, even those who spend every day together. I just wish I could have seen that fight with my own eyes. Is that so? Orochimaru's smile was faint. He knew she was bothered. After all, he had concealed many things from her. But some secrets were necessary, even between them. Orochimaru believed that certain things were best left unsaid, even to Tsunade. Seeing Orochimaru's detached expression, Tsunade let out a small sigh and continued drinking, glass after glass. By the time they reached the third round, her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes remained sharp. Hey, Orochimaru, can I ask you something? Go ahead. We've been together for quite a while now. Don't you think it's time we got married? Why the sudden question? Orochimaru replied, not answering directly. To be honest, he hadn't thought about it. He was acutely aware of the political minefield he was navigating. Despite his achievements, he was still a pawn in the complex power struggle between Hiruzen and Danzo. In other words, no matter how much he accomplished for Konoha, true influence was always just out of reach. And because of his association, Tsunade was likely on Hiruzen's list of people he couldn't fully trust. It was an inevitable consequence. Although Hiruzen had treated him well in the past, who knew what lay in the mind of someone who'd been Hokage for so long? It just crossed my mind, Tsunade said after a pause. After all, we're not getting any younger. Is this your way of proposing to me? A playful smirk appeared on Orochimaru's lips. Chapter 205, Proposing has traditionally been a man's role. A woman proposing to a man? While not entirely unheard of, it's rare, and most women wouldn't do it. But Tsunade wasn't like most women. She always spoke and acted on impulse, following her own rules. If she was angry, she didn't hold back, regardless of who was at fault. Marriage was something she had never seriously thought about. But after having a bit too much to drink, her mind inevitably wandered. She had returned to the village earlier than Orochimaru and was more aware of the changes around them. Take Hatake Sakumo, for example, a peer of theirs, the famed Konoha White Fang. He had gotten married before heading to war, and now his son was already a year old. Even Mai Due, who trained tirelessly despite his humble abilities, had a one-year-old son as well. In contrast, Tsunade and Orochimaru had been together much longer than these other couples. Yet they weren't even married, let alone thinking about children. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of restlessness. Despite the faint ridicule in Orochimaru's tone, Tsunade didn't seem to care. With slightly tipsy eyes, she gazed affectionately at the man across from her, the man who had claimed both her heart and her body. Propose to you? Just say yes already. What other choice do I even have? Tsunade quipped casually. Her words carried a trace of weariness that Orochimaru couldn't miss. Are you tired of fighting? He asked, his voice soft. Yeah. You always seem to understand me, Tsunade admitted, setting her glass down and nodding without hesitation. Honestly, I don't think it's right for me to feel this way, but I just don't want to go back to the battlefield anymore. She glanced up at him, her voice quieter now. I don't want to lose anyone else. And I definitely don't want to lose you. You understand, don't you? I understand, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. As for marriage, while it's bound to happen eventually, I think we should wait just a little longer. All right then, Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. Can you help me home? My head feels a little dizzy. Help you back? Of course. Orochimaru placed money on the table before reaching out his hand to her. Give me your hand. Tsunade hesitated for only a moment before placing her hand in his. Whoosh! In an instant, the two disappeared from the izakaya. When they reappeared, they were standing in Orochimaru's room. The familiar surroundings sobered Tsunade up almost immediately. She glanced around in confusion. "This is the same ability I used to defeat the Kazekage," Orochimaru explained calmly. You actually learned the Flying Thunder God technique?" Tsunade asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage, was a jutsu many had seen but few could even attempt to learn. It required not only exceptional intelligence but also precision and immense chakra control, qualities rare among even the most skilled shinobi. When had Orochimaru mastered it? And where had he even learned it? Tsunade's shock was evident, but she didn't press for answers. She knew there were things Orochimaru chose not to share with her, like the time he had been secretly monitoring Kushina. And now, though surprised by his use of the Flying Thunder God technique, she quickly brushed it aside. She had no intention of digging further. Over time, Tsunade had come to understand that Orochimaru disliked being questioned about certain matters. As long as he wasn't doing anything to harm the village, she chose to trust him and let things be. If asking too many questions strained their relationship, it wasn't worth it. Still slightly drunk, Tsunade soon fell asleep on the bed. Orochimaru, however, remained wide awake. Marriage? The idea alone was troubling. And given his current position, marriage was hardly practical. As night descended, Orochimaru sat in the front yard, his mind clouded with thoughts about the future. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Danzo looked coldly at the girl kneeling before him, his brows furrowed. The girl had striking orange hair, a sword strapped to her back, and wore glasses. Despite her polite demeanor, her eyes shone with unwavering determination. Leaning on his cane, Danzo spoke in a low voice. "So, you're asking to leave the route?" "Yes." "Please grant my request, Danzo-sama." "Nono, do you have any idea how much time and effort I've invested in training you? How many years you've served me and now you want to leave?" "I deeply apologize, Danzo-sama." "You're certain about this?" "Yes." "Please approve my request." Nono's tone was resolute, her decision unwavering. Danzo's eyes flashed with a brief but unmistakable hint of killing intent. It dissipated just as quickly. "Fine. But you know the rules. Any ninja who leaves the route cannot work under the Hokage's direct command. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." "Very well. Submit your resignation in writing." "Understood." Nono was taken aback. She hadn't expected Danzo to agree so easily. As a former member of the route, she was well aware of how strict its policies were. Getting in was difficult, but leaving was nearly impossible. And yet, Danzo had agreed without a fight. It felt almost too easy. Still, she didn't dare overthink it. Bowing respectfully, she exited his office. As her figure disappeared from view, Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Fu," he called out. A fully armed operative stepped forward. "Yes, Lord Danzo?" "Assign 2 capable trackers to keep an eye on her." "Understood." Walking alone through the quiet streets, Nono felt an odd mix of relief and unease. While she had a plan for what came next, she hadn't anticipated Danzo agreeing so readily. The ease of her departure left her feeling unsettled. Lost in thought, she found herself standing outside a brightly lit house. "Here!" She stared at the door, both familiar and unfamiliar, and a memory surfaced of a pale-skinned, dark-haired boy. Though their interactions had been brief, Nono had always remembered Orochimaru. His raw talent had left a lasting impression on her during their youth. He had once stood up for her, sparing her from the bullying of other route operatives. Even as she worked undercover in enemy territory, his name echoed through the ninja world. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. "Should I see him before I leave?" she murmured to herself. He had helped her once, after all. Resolving to at least thank him, Nono stepped toward the door, raising her hand to knock, only to pause and lower it again. "I'm just a nobody. He probably doesn't even remember me." She smiled bitterly, ready to walk away. What right did she have to disturb a living legend? But just as she turned to leave, the door creaked open behind her. "No," came a calm, familiar voice. "If you were going to knock, why not come inside?" Nono turned, her expression one of shock. "Lord Orochimaru, you remember me?" Chapter 206, Nono was stunned. Considering the gap in their statuses, how had Orochimaru even recognized her after all these years? It seemed almost unbelievable. In truth, Orochimaru was just as surprised. Sometimes, fate worked in strange ways. Moments earlier, feeling restless from overthinking, he had decided to test the infrared night vision function he developed for his reconnaissance flies. To his astonishment, the device revealed Nono standing right outside his door. If that wasn't fate, then what was? Hearing Nono's question, Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smile. "Of course I remember. I've been keeping an eye on your progress." Keeping an eye on me? Nono was even more bewildered. Why would someone like Orochimaru, someone who had stood out as a genius since childhood, pay attention to her? It was almost too much to believe. "Come inside. Let's talk," Orochimaru said casually. "Why yes, of course." Nono straightened her posture and adjusted her glasses, following him into the living room. Since Orochimaru had returned to Konoha, Kushina had gone back to her own place, and Nawaki had returned to the Senju compound. Besides Tsunade, who was sound asleep in the bedroom, the house was empty. "Sit," Orochimaru gestured toward the sofa. "Thank you, but I'll just stand." Nono began hesitantly. "You'll sit," Orochimaru interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Relax. There's no need to be so formal." Yes. Of course." Nono reluctantly sat down, her back straight as a board, her legs pressed together. Orochimaru shook his head lightly, amused by her rigid demeanor. "No. Yes, sir," she answered, already moving to stand again. "No need to get up. Let's just talk casually, all right? Sit and stay seated." "Yes, sir." She nodded, her body still visibly tense. Seeing her finally settle, Orochimaru spoke. "Judging by the way you hesitated outside my door, I assume something's troubling you?" Nono blinked, startled. How had he noticed? But there was no point in hiding it now. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, she replied, "I came to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Nono explained her situation, her decision to leave the route and her plans for the future. As she spoke, Orochimaru listened intently, though he couldn't help but feel surprised. She was leaving the route already? According to his memories, this was supposed to happen later. And Danzo agreed to let her go? Danzo agreed to this? He asked, his expression unreadable. "Yes," Nono confirmed. "Danzo agreed?" Orochimaru's frown deepened. He knew Danzo far too well to believe he would release a loyal operative so easily. Something wasn't adding up. "And what are your plans now?" he asked. "My plans?" Nono hesitated for a moment, but seeing no reason to lie, she answered truthfully. "I understand that leading the route means I won't be trusted by either Danzo-sama or Hokage-sama. So I've decided to leave the village entirely. I've already spoken to the Hokage, and he's given his approval." "Leaving the village." "I see." Orochimaru's gaze lingered on her for a moment. "And what will you do after leaving?" "I'm going to open an orphanage," Nono said quietly, her determination clear. "To take in children who've lost everything to the war." So it's true, Orochimaru thought. This matched his memories. Nono would indeed go on to establish an orphanage, eventually taking in Kabuto Yakushi as one of her charges. The orphanage, funded by Konoha, operated under the tacit approval of the third Hokage. "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama," Nono added, noticing his contemplative expression. "If there's something you need help with, I'm afraid I won't be able to assist you." There's no need to apologize, Orochimaru interrupted with a faint smile. In fact, your work might align with my goals better than you think. Huh? Nono blinked in confusion, unsure what he meant. You want to save those orphans, don't you? Orochimaru's tone was calm. If that's your ambition, then we share a common goal. Like-minded? Nono repeated, her voice filled with doubt. Yes. But while you're only planning to start, I've already begun. What? Nono was stunned. An hour later, Nono left Orochimaru's house in a daze. To think that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had been quietly working to help war orphans all this time. It seemed almost surreal. And yet, he had asked for her assistance. Nono was conflicted. Should she trust him? Everything he said sounded noble, but as a seasoned spy, she knew better than to take things at face value. Even if she had admired him since her youth, she couldn't let that cloud her judgment. The world was rife with deception, and one misstep could lead to disaster. After thinking it over, Nono came to a decision. I'll observe for now, she murmured to herself. If what he's saying is true, and he's really working to help others, then I see no harm in contributing. With her mind made up, she walked purposefully toward her new residence. Judging by my memories, this approach should win Nono over, Orochimaru mused as he watched her leave. In his experience, people like Nono, those who shared ideals with Tsunade and Jiraiya, had a certain idealism. Their kindness made them long to bring a sliver of hope to the harsh reality of the ninja world. Knowing this, Orochimaru believed that if Nono realized she could save more lives by helping him, she wouldn't turn a blind eye. But memories were memories, and reality could deviate. Would she truly remain loyal to him after this? There's no doubt about her abilities, Orochimaru muttered to himself. But her loyalty. Should I take measures to ensure it? As he considered his options, his mind wandered to Chana, another of his protégés. Chana's loyalty had never been in question. As an orphan he had personally rescued and trained, her gratitude and devotion were palpable. But no. The uncertainty gnawed at him. Orochimaru, you're still awake? Tsunade's voice drifted from the bedroom, interrupting his train of thought. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly as an idea crossed his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 207, Nono wasn't just a master of intelligence, she was also an expert in medical ninjutsu. Her intelligence and skills ranked among the best in the shinobi world. She was, in many ways, a precursor to Kabuto. Orochimaru had long considered recruiting Nono's talents to assist him. However, the timing, her age, and her experiences hadn't aligned until now. But at this moment, everything seemed to have fallen into place. The only issue that remained was ensuring Nono's loyalty. And while the method Orochimaru had in mind was unconventional, he believed it was the safest path forward. Orochimaru. The voice from the bedroom broke his train of thought. Coming, Orochimaru muttered, shaking off his musings. He left his spot and headed back into the bedroom, ready to let the matter rest for the night. After lying down, Tsunade immediately snuggled up to him, wrapping both her arms and legs around him like an octopus. This woman is getting far too comfortable, Orochimaru thought to himself, his expression unreadable. What are you mumbling about? Tsunade asked lazily, her voice muffled by the pillow. Nothing worth saying, Orochimaru replied curtly. Nono still had some matters to settle and would officially leave the village in 3 days. For now, Orochimaru was in no rush. The following evening, he made his way to the route headquarters. Certain details didn't match his memories, and he needed confirmation directly from Danzo. Nono wants to leave the route? Orochimaru asked bluntly upon entering Danzo's office. Danzo, leaning on his cane, had a complex expression as he faced Orochimaru. Yes. Did she discuss this with you last night? I asked her, Orochimaru said casually, taking a seat. But what I want to know is why you allowed her to leave so easily. That's not your usual style. Danzo's one visible eye gleamed coldly as he studied Orochimaru. Should I take this to mean you have a personal interest in her? Nono was no longer of significant importance to Danzo. His primary concern now was Orochimaru himself, particularly the news that he had killed the third Kazekage. Danzo couldn't wrap his head around it. How had Orochimaru, someone he had watched grow up step by step, reached the point where he could defeat and kill a Kage? That wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. Danzo considered his own strength and concluded that even with his Anaji, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Killing a Kage in the middle of a battlefield? It was absurd. If Kages were so easily dealt with, Danzo believed he would have united the ninja world long ago. Unaware of Danzo's internal frustration, Orochimaru replied coolly, "I have no personal connections with her. I've just watched her grow up and would prefer she not meet an unfortunate end over something like this." Danzo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "You've grown soft, Orochimaru. Is this what you've picked up from that woman, Tsunade?" "This has nothing to do with Tsunade," Orochimaru countered, his tone light but firm. "It's my own choice. Call it a more enlightened outlook. I've realized that some problems can't be solved simply by killing people." "Enlightened, you say?" Danzo raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. Let me tell you something, then." Danzo leaned back slightly, his gaze sharp. "I did consider killing her. Ninjas from the root hold sensitive knowledge about the village. Letting them walk away is dangerous, and I must ensure those secrets are protected. But," he continued, "Nono performed exceptionally well during her last espionage mission. She brought back critical intelligence on both the sand and stone villages. Killing her now would undermine my ability to manage similar operations." Danzo's voice turned colder. "Besides, her disobedience makes her unsuitable for future missions. Letting her live was the most practical decision. Of course, she'll still be monitored. If she ever shows signs of betrayal." He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. "I see," Orochimaru said, nodding. "The surveillance team is to ensure she stays in line?" "Of course. If I wanted her dead, she wouldn't have walked out of here alive." "Fair enough," Orochimaru replied. He had already noticed the two hidden route operatives trailing Nono the previous night, so Danzo's explanation aligned with what he had observed. Knowing Danzo's tendencies, it made perfect sense. The only thing that caught him off guard was the extent of Nono's abilities. For her to successfully extract vital intelligence from two major nations? That level of skill was rare. Even Orochimaru had to admit that such an accomplishment was beyond his own area of expertise. "Well," Danzo said, shifting the topic abruptly, "enough about Nono. Let's talk about you." Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, curious but unsurprised. Danzo sat back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "I want to know how you managed to defeat the third Kazekage. By all logic, you shouldn't have the strength to take down a Kage." Danzo's tone was steady, but beneath it was a simmering frustration. He had watched Orochimaru's development over the years, and this victory signaled something unsettling. Orochimaru had surpassed him. Danzo, a man who had dedicated his life to power, found it difficult to swallow. "Well..." Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smirk. "Do you recall the Scroll of Seals?" "The Scroll of Seals?" Danzo's frown deepened. "What about it? Are you saying you used a technique from it?" "The Flying Thunder God technique," Orochimaru stated matter-of-factly. "I learned it while studying the Reanimation jutsu. It just so happened to be recorded nearby." "What?" Danzo's composure cracked, his disbelief evident. "You're telling me you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" "That's impossible." Danzo's mind raced. The Flying Thunder God technique, created by the second Hokage, was notoriously difficult to learn. It wasn't just about memorizing the seals, it required an almost unparalleled combination of skill, chakra control, and spatial awareness. Danzo himself had studied the sealed book multiple times. If it were that easy, he would have mastered the technique years ago. But Orochimaru? Of course, Orochimaru shrugged, his expression indifferent. Otherwise, how do you think I killed the third Kazekage? Danzo stared at him, a mixture of shock and jealousy swirling in his mind. Orochimaru's nonchalance only made it worse. You, monster, Danzo muttered, though it was more a statement of grudging admiration than an insult. Thank you, Orochimaru replied smoothly, his smirk deepening. Danzo felt a wave of irritation. As he processed Orochimaru's explanation, one particularly infuriating detail came to mind: the scroll of seals had been handed to Orochimaru privately. If Hiruzen asked about how Orochimaru had learned such a technique, Danzo would be the one who had to provide an explanation. The realization left a sour taste in his mouth. Orochimaru had reaped the benefits, while Danzo was left to clean up the mess. The thought made Danzo's blood boil. Damn brat, he thought to himself, watching Orochimaru's smug expression. He gets everything, and I'm stuck doing damage control. Chapter 208, Could the Flying Thunder God technique alone kill the third Kazekage? Danzo had his doubts, and truthfully, so would anyone else. After all, the Flying Thunder God was primarily an auxiliary jutsu, not an offensive one. Its reputation might sound impressive, but when used alone, its capabilities were often overestimated. It was excellent for dealing with lower-ranked ninjas or ambushing unsuspecting targets, but taking down a Kage-level opponent was another matter entirely. Still, the fact that the second Hokage had gained the moniker the fastest shinobi in the world with this technique spoke volumes about its uniqueness. In the hands of someone skilled, it was indeed a lethal tool. Combined with Orochimaru's own abilities, it made sense that he could exploit a moment of vulnerability to take down even the third Kazekage. So when Orochimaru mentioned it to Danzo, the latter didn't question it further. In fact, neither did anyone else. Even the third Hokage, upon hearing the news, merely expressed surprise rather than doubt. The next morning, Danzo sought out the third Hokage to explain the situation. His explanation was straightforward: he had been keeping an eye on Orochimaru, intending to recruit him as an ally. During their exchanges, Danzo had noticed Orochimaru's exceptional talent and decided to share the scroll of seals with him, believing it might deepen their relationship. It was a flimsy excuse, but it served its purpose. The third Hokage had long been aware of Danzo's behind-the-scenes attempts to influence Orochimaru. Their complicated history meant Sarutobi often chose to turn a blind eye to Danzo's scheming. However, hearing Danzo come clean about this particular act actually came as a minor relief. The Scroll of Seals was a restricted collection of techniques reserved for Hokage and trusted officials. While Danzo had access, he lacked the authority to share its contents without Sarutobi's permission. Danzo, the third Hokage said sternly, his expression dark. The Scroll of Seals contains techniques forbidden by the Hokage himself and our predecessors. You understand what that means. How could you justify allowing Orochimaru access without consulting me first? Hiruzen emphasized the word Hokage, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Danzo remained composed. I believed it was too trivial a matter to trouble you with. And besides, Orochimaru is your disciple, not an outsider. Hiruzen's gaze didn't soften. Regardless, I expect this to never happen again. Am I clear? Danzo frowned slightly but nodded after a moment of silence. Understood. Though irritated, Danzo knew better than to directly challenge the Hokage over this matter. He was technically in the wrong, after all. Seeing Danzo relent, Hiruzen let the matter drop. But as Danzo left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Orochimaru had learned the Flying Thunder God? It was a truly astonishing feat. The Flying Thunder God wasn't forbidden because it was dangerous to others, it was dangerous to the user. The technique's rapid spatial displacement required such precise chakra control that even slightly less talented ninjas often suffered severe physical strain or injuries just attempting to learn it. For Orochimaru to master it so easily? Hiruzen shook his head. He had always known his disciple was gifted, but Orochimaru's potential continued to surpass his expectations. While this conversation unfolded, Orochimaru remained unaware of Danzo's explanation to the Hokage. He was too preoccupied with his own plans. Since Nono was preparing to leave the village in 3 days, Orochimaru decided to meet her at her temporary residence. When she opened the door, he handed her an ornate box without preamble. "Take this," he said. Nono blinked in confusion, holding the surprisingly heavy box. "What is this?" "Consider it an advance payment for your services," Orochimaru replied. "Payment?" Curious, Nono opened the box and gasped. "10 million ryo?" She covered her mouth in disbelief. "Orochimaru-sama, this is too much." "Opening an orphanage requires significant funds," Orochimaru said, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. "But the village supports the orphanage," Nono argued, hastily closing the box and offering it back to him. "I can't accept this, especially not from you." "Take it," Orochimaru insisted, pushing the box back toward her. "Even if you don't need it now, you may need it in the future. Think of it as a safety net. Start the orphanage, and I'll contact you in a few days." Nono opened her mouth to respond, but Orochimaru didn't give her the chance. Turning on his heel, he walked away without waiting for an answer. For him, money was the least of his concerns. If it could secure Nono's loyalty or at least her goodwill, it was a small price to pay. Behind him, Nono stared at the closed box in her hands, her emotions swirling. 10 million ryo. Most shinobi wouldn't see that much money in their entire lives, and Orochimaru had handed it to her without hesitation. He wasn't asking for anything in return except her commitment to building the orphanage. "Lord Orochimaru," Nono murmured, watching his retreating figure. "What kind of person are you, really?" Her curiosity about him deepened. Orochimaru didn't return home after leaving Nono's residence. Instead, he headed straight to his lab in Konoha. The purpose was simple: to begin integrating the magnet release. On the battlefield, he hadn't had the time or resources to focus on it. Now, with his lab fully equipped, he could finally begin the process. As he prepared the gene fusion formula, Orochimaru decided to create several semi-finished samples of the gene fusion serum for future use. He was already so practiced at crafting these formulas that it took him only a few days to complete everything. Magnet release was an intriguing ability, he thought. It had immense potential not just for combat, but for utility as well. The third Kazekage's use of iron sand had been impressive, but Orochimaru believed it was just the tip of the iceberg. Iron sand, he mused aloud, watching a scalpel hover in the air, suspended by his newly created magnetic field. How underwhelming. If developed properly, magnet release could create gravitational fields, manipulate materials on a molecular level, or even emulate the powers of a figure like Magneto from certain stories he'd read. The possibilities were endless. Sitting in his lab, Orochimaru smirked as the scalpel spun lazily in the air. "It's time to take this to the next level." Chapter 209. It took Orochimaru 5 days to complete the gene fusion fluid, and for him, the results were worth every minute. After all, achieving magnet release in just a few days, something most ninjas couldn't even dream of accomplishing in a lifetime, was an incredible feat. On the 5th afternoon, Orochimaru found a secluded area outside Konoha. He created several clones to stay in guard and proceeded to test his newly acquired abilities. The air shimmered as the Tsunade sword materialized in front of him, seemingly floating on its own. Orochimaru didn't move. Instead, the sword hovered silently, controlled by the magnetic field he generated. Magnet release is quite a convenient technique. Not only can I summon the Tsunade sword remotely, but I can manipulate other metal objects just as easily, he mused. With a thought, the sword shot forward in a streak of silver light, piercing a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in the distance. The blade trembled slightly before dislodging itself. It flew back toward Orochimaru, but his control faltered. "Damn," Orochimaru muttered, stepping aside just in time to avoid the blade as it clattered into a tree behind him. The impact left a deep gouge in the bark before the sword fell to the ground. "First time controlling this ability, and I can't even manage the magnetic field properly," Orochimaru grumbled. He furrowed his brow, displeased by his lack of precision. "Guess I'll need to get used to it." Orochimaru emptied his ninja pouch, letting kunai and shuriken scatter onto the ground. He activated his magnetic field again, and soon, the weapons levitated into the air, orbiting the Kusanagi sword. Within the controlled radius, the weapons danced under his command, their movement growing smoother and more precise. A magneto-like aura began to form around Orochimaru as his proficiency with magnetic release improved. 3 days later, Orochimaru received the coordinates of the orphanage from Nono. Though his practice with magnetic release was brief, it had been enough to give him a basic understanding of its strengths and limitations. Through his training, Orochimaru realized why the third Kazekage had chosen to rely on iron sand. Sand iron had naturally high magnetic properties, making it incredibly efficient. Manipulating it consumed almost no chakra unless used in large-scale techniques. With iron sand constantly surrounding him, the third Kazekage could create an impenetrable defense while maintaining the ability to launch attacks instantly. In contrast, using magnet release to generate a magnetic field consumed a significant amount of chakra, more than Orochimaru initially expected. While his chakra reserves were vast, the sustained consumption made it clear that using a magnetic field for both offense and defense wasn't practical for prolonged battles. Looks like the third Kazekage wasn't wrong, Orochimaru admitted to himself. Iron sand really is the most efficient choice for balancing offense, defense, and chakra conservation. Still, Orochimaru wasn't entirely sold on limiting himself to iron sand. With his resources and creativity, he was confident he could develop more advanced applications for magnetic release. As Orochimaru packed his gear that morning, Tsunade entered the room. "Going out again?" she asked, crossing her arms. Orochimaru nodded. "Just handling some business. I won't be gone long." "How long are we talking?" "I don't know. A few months at most." "A few months?" Tsunade's brow furrowed. "Then what about us?" Before she could finish, Orochimaru cut her off. "We'll talk when I get back." Tsunade fell silent for a moment before stepping closer. Wrapping her arms around Orochimaru's waist, she pressed her cheek against his back. Orochimaru. You're not planning to marry me, are you?" Orochimaru froze mid-motion. Was he planning to marry her? The truth was, he didn't know. Maybe he was trying to avoid commitment. Maybe he didn't want the responsibility. Or maybe, he just hadn't thought that far ahead. Tsunade, sensing his hesitation, continued, I feel like you're starting to get tired of me." "That's ridiculous," Orochimaru replied, brushing off her words. "Then why does it feel like you've got your eyes on someone else?" "What?" Orochimaru turned, genuinely confused. "That Uchiha girl," Tsunade said, her tone sharp. "The one on your team." "Mikoto." "You mean Uchiha Mikoto?" "Yes, her." "Don't act so surprised," Tsunade said, her voice growing louder. "She's young, she's sweet, and she's exactly the type of girl you'd like. You've been on missions together for so long, it's only natural that." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "And here I thought I liked women who can punch boulders into dust." "You!" Tsunade's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Smirking, Orochimaru stepped closer. "Honestly, Tsunade, you're letting your imagination run wild." Tsunade's breath caught. She stared at him, wide-eyed, her mind racing. "You wouldn't write," she said finally, though the uncertainty in her voice betrayed her. "You wouldn't do that to me." Seeing her shaken, Orochimaru pulled away and resumed packing his things. Tsunade stood frozen, her thoughts spiraling. She had never considered the possibility before. But now, the idea lodged itself in her mind like a splinter, refusing to leave. "Hey!" she blurted out. "Orochimaru, you wouldn't actually." "Tsunade." Orochimaru's voice cut through her frantic questions, silencing her. "Stop," he said, his tone firm but kind. "You're overthinking this." Tsunade clenched her fists, biting her lip. "Seriously," Orochimaru added with a sigh, "I thought I liked how straightforward you were." But when you get like this, it's exhausting. Chapter 210, Orochimaru's calm but dismissive tone left Tsunade frozen in place. Was he truly annoyed with her? Did he actually dislike her now? Looking at Orochimaru's indifferent expression, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Orochimaru, what did you just say? I don't think it was difficult to understand, Orochimaru replied flatly, not even sparing her a glance as he continued to pack. Tsunade's chest tightened in frustration. How could he say such a thing to her? Her emotions surged as she tried to suppress her anger. She was, after all, a ninja, a strong, disciplined one at that. But being rational wasn't helping. The more she held back, the more the frustration turned into something deeper, hurt. And with hurt came tears. You really think I'm annoying, don't you? Orochimaru didn't reply, but his silence was enough. You bastard. Tsunade suddenly shouted, tears rolling down her cheeks as she yelled at him in anger and pain. Orochimaru paused for a moment, as if he wanted to respond, but then stopped himself. What was the point? Apologizing wasn't his way. In his mind, this was an unnecessary conversation, a waste of time. This wasn't what ninja were supposed to be concerned about. For all his brilliance, Orochimaru failed to consider that, sometimes, emotions weren't about logic. He picked up his pack things, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out without another word. Tsunade stood frozen in the bedroom, tears streaming down her face as the man she had shared so much of her life with left the house like she wasn't even there. At the Hokage's office, Orochimaru explained his departure to the third Hokage. You're leading the village again? Hiruzen asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. I have some things to take care of. Research, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Hiruzen pondered this for a moment. All right, but don't be gone too long. Now that the war is over, your presence in the village is still important. I'll be back as soon as I can. Hiruzen nodded. Orochimaru was no ordinary ninja. His skills and intellect made him a critical asset to Konoha, even in peacetime. Fine. Go early, come back early, Hiruzen said finally. Orochimaru nodded and left the office without further discussion. As he approached the gates of Konoha, a familiar voice called out timidly. Orochimaru-sama, are you leading the village? He turned to see Uchiha Mikoto standing nearby. She was dressed simply, her long black hair tied neatly behind her, and her fair skin glowed in the sunlight. She looked every bit the elegant and composed young kunoichi she was becoming. Yes. I have something to attend to outside the village, Orochimaru replied, giving her a small nod. Mikoto hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to speak. Then, I hope you have a safe trip, Orochimaru-sama. Thank you, Orochimaru said with a small nod before turning and leading the gates. Mikoto watched him go, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Back in the house, Tsunade remained in the bedroom, kneeling on the floor with her shoulders slumped and her face buried in her hands. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her heart felt heavy with grief. She couldn't stop replaying Orochimaru's words in her head. Annoying, he said, I'm annoying. She thought of how they'd grown up together, how they had become inseparable as teammates and lovers. They had always understood each other, or so she thought. But now, Orochimaru's cold indifference made her question everything. Had he really grown tired of her? Was he pushing her away? She tried to hold back her tears, but they continued to flow. Orochimaru-sama? A cheerful voice broke through the quiet house. Tsunade wiped her tears hastily and turned toward the door. Uzumaki Kushina stood there, looking surprised to see her in such a state. Tsunade-sama? What happened? Are you okay? Kushina stared at her in shock. She had never seen Tsunade, the fierce and confident kunoichi, looking so vulnerable before. Kushina? What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to regain her composure. I saw the door was open, so I thought I'd check, Kushina explained. Oh! I see. Tsunade quickly stood up, brushing herself off as if to hide her earlier breakdown. I'm leaving now. Close the door when you're done here. Without giving Kushina a chance to respond, Tsunade walked out of the house, her head down and her steps hurried. Kushina watched her leave, her confusion growing. Tsunade-sama was crying, she murmured to herself. She thought about following Tsunade to ask what had happened, but before she could decide, she saw Tsunade bump into someone outside the house. A man with long white hair sat awkwardly on the ground, clearly surprised by the collision. Kushina didn't recognize him, but something about the encounter felt strange. Did Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama have a fight? Kushina wondered aloud. As Orochimaru walked further from the village, his mind lingered on the events of the morning. Did he care about Tsunade? Of course, he did. It wasn't just some passing sentiment or vague affection born from years of companionship. Tsunade was a constant presence in his life, a force of nature that had bulldozed her way into his cold and calculating heart, whether he liked it or not. But her questions, her worries, while understandable, felt like distractions to him. Maybe it's just what happens when two people stay together too long, Orochimaru muttered to himself. He thought about their relationship. Was he avoiding commitment? Was he afraid of responsibility? Or was it simply that he didn't see the point in indulging emotions that, in the world of ninja, often brought more harm than good? He shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. There were more pressing matters to focus on. Forget it, he said to himself. No use dwelling on this now. I have a cloning base to design. Chapter 211. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. Orochimaru was in no rush. He traveled leisurely, taking his time along the way. Even so, it only took 7 days to arrive at the coordinates Nono had provided. Despite the ongoing chaos in the Land of Fire, where bandits and outlaws roamed freely, Orochimaru hadn't encountered a single one on his journey. Whether this was due to luck or something else, he couldn't say. Setting aside the matter of Tsunade for the time being, Orochimaru stored his belongings in his system's storage and began exploring the area. Before long, he found the location of Nono's orphanage. The orphanage was situated in a remote area, with no towns or villages nearby. It was the kind of place where one might say, there's no village ahead and no one behind. Surprisingly, however, the orphanage was bustling with activity. A group of workers was busy stacking bricks and laying tiles. Still under construction? Orochimaru muttered, somewhat surprised. I thought it had already been purchased and renovated. Just then, a figure wearing a cloak and round glasses noticed Orochimaru's arrival and rushed over excitedly. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Nono and gave her a brief once-over. Do you have a place to rest here? If so, take me in for the night. That night, in a simple thatched shed, the flickering candlelight cast the silhouettes of two figures against the wall. The two sat opposite each other at a small, weathered table. Nono held an old teapot, carefully pouring tea into Orochimaru's cup. The furnishings were modest. The tables and chairs were basic, and the tea set was equally plain. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru, Nono said with an apologetic smile. Since the orphanage is still under construction, the accommodations are quite lacking. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru replied casually with a wave of his hand. I'm not picky about these things. As expected, someone of your stature wouldn't. Enough with the formalities, Orochimaru interrupted bluntly. Let's get straight to the point, Nono. What's your decision regarding my proposal? Well... Nono hesitated, glancing at Orochimaru. Although I don't doubt your intentions, I still think it would be best to see this village of yours with my own eyes first. Would that be acceptable, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru considered her words for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Pack your things, and we'll leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that a bit rushed? Nono blinked in surprise. I have other matters to attend to after helping you, Orochimaru said simply. I see. In that case, I'll take my leave now to make preparations, Nono replied, bowing slightly. Go ahead, Orochimaru said, waving her off. Their conversation was concise, and an agreement was quickly reached. Previously, Nono had expressed her desire to think things over, and Orochimaru had no objection to that. However, Nono was not someone who blindly followed orders, unlike the Kabuto of the future. She needed to confirm that Orochimaru's goals aligned with her own. As for Orochimaru, he wasn't particularly concerned. Even if his plans were discovered, he could always establish a new base elsewhere. Unlike the original Orochimaru, who was often considered unscrupulous, his current approach was far more calculated. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Nono donned casual clothing at Orochimaru's request. After giving instructions to the workers at the orphanage, the two of them set off toward the Land of Sound. The orphanage was located to the west of Konoha, while the Land of Sound lay to the east. As such, their journey required them to traverse a significant distance, taking more than 10 days in total. Eventually, they arrived at the border of the Land of Sound. Looking at the peaceful and lively scenery before her, Nono was taken aback. The atmosphere here was completely different from the war-torn regions she was accustomed to. There were no signs of conflict, no wandering ninjas or displaced refugees. The villagers were cheerful and welcoming, greeting travelers with smiles as they passed by. Orochimaru's reputation here was clearly well established. Wherever they went, people respectfully addressed him as Lord Orochimaru. Nono found it hard to believe that such a tranquil place could exist in the ninja world. The person managing this area is Chana, Orochimaru explained, noticing Nono's astonished expression. She's one of the war orphans I rescued. During their journey, Orochimaru had shared many details about his plans, but there was still much Nono hadn't fully grasped. Now, seeing the results firsthand, she began to understand the extent of Orochimaru's influence. Not only had he saved so many orphans, but he had also built and governed an entire nation? Nono couldn't help but be impressed. Wait! Is that Lord Jiraiya? In the distance, Nono spotted a white-haired man in wooden clogs sparring with 3 others. She recognized him immediately. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, known for his strength alongside Orochimaru during the war, was here as well? At the outskirts of the Sound Village, Jiraiya was engaged in a mock battle with 3 opponents. Despite his skill, he appeared cautious, clearly taking care not to harm his sparring partners. Nearby, 3 children watched the fight nervously, their expressions a mix of awe and excitement. With a shout, the 3 opponents lunged forward, kunai in hand, their movements swift and coordinated. Jiraiya's expression shifted as he clasped his hands together. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. His white hair expanded and hardened, forming a spiky shield around him. Clink, clink, clink. The kunai clashed harmlessly against the protective barrier of hair. Amazing! Jiraiya-sama, keep it up. Yahiko, the orange-haired boy leading the group, cheered loudly. Chana stood nearby, smiling as she observed the scene. Ha, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself, Orochimaru muttered, smirking slightly as he led Nanoyu toward the training ground. Orochimaru? Jiraiya turned at the sound of his voice, momentarily caught off guard. Before he could say anything, Orochimaru lunged forward with a flying kick. Wait, hold on! Jiraiya protested, raising his arms to block the attack. Bang! The kick landed with enough force to make Jiraiya's arm go numb. Chana, noticing Orochimaru's arrival, quickly called for the sparring session to end. Lord Orochimaru! Lord Orochimaru! Voices of respect filled the air as Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan rushed over to greet him. Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, shaking out his arm. Didn't Tsunade come with you? Tsunade? Orochimaru echoed, his tone slightly dazed. Chapter 212, seeing Orochimaru momentarily lost in thought, Jiraiya chuckled, rubbing his sore arms. Don't think I haven't been keeping tabs on what's been happening in the ninja world lately. Word has it you took care of the 3rd Kazekage. That news has spread far and wide. He paused, looking at Orochimaru with a mischievous smile. So, with all that handled, there's probably not much going on in the village right now. But you're here without her? Don't tell me this has to do with your past with Tsunade. Stop it, Jiraiya, Orochimaru interrupted, waving his hand helplessly, cutting him off mid-sentence. Jiraiya frowned, immediately sensing something was off. What happened? He asked, his tone turning more serious. Orochimaru didn't answer right away. His golden eyes flicked over the people standing nearby, landing finally on Kana. Chana, her name is Nono. Take her and show her around the village so she can familiarize herself with the place, Orochimaru instructed. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Chana responded immediately, catching the subtle signal. She understood that Orochimaru wanted some privacy with Jiraiya. Bowing respectfully, she led Nono and the 3 children, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan away. Once everyone had left, Orochimaru and Jiraiya found a quiet spot to sit and talk. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya let out a deep sigh, his expression turning thoughtful as he processed everything Orochimaru had just told him. I get it now. So, it ended in conflict? Sitting on a large rock at the outskirts of the Sound Village, Jiraiya crossed his arms. But seriously, why are you avoiding the issue? You're not getting any younger, you know. It's about time you settle down. Maybe. I'm just not ready, Orochimaru replied flatly. Not ready? Jiraiya repeated, looking genuinely surprised. Then he burst into laughter. You're always so decisive about everything else, yet when it comes to something like this. He shook his head, his amusement evident. Fine, fine. It's your life, and I won't meddle, Jiraiya said, waving it off. So, what's the plan now? What's your next move? I'll focus on finishing what I came here for first. Once that's done, I'll head back and sort everything out, Orochimaru replied, his tone calm but resolute. What brought you here, anyway? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. Does it have to do with that woman in glasses from earlier? Orochimaru gave a small nod, confirming it without elaborating further. Jiraiya wanted to probe more, but Orochimaru's demeanor made it clear that the conversation was over. After a few failed attempts to press the issue, Jiraiya gave up. The next day, in the Sound Village office, Orochimaru sat at his desk, looking calm and composed. Nono, however, stood before him, visibly shaken. She was usually known for her composure, her ability to remain unreadable even in the most intense situations, a quality that had made her an exceptional spy. But since arriving here, she had been met with one shock after another, and it was becoming harder for her to keep her emotions in check. Lord Orochimaru. Are those guards really clones? She finally asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Clones? Oh my! Is there truly such technology in this world? Of course, Orochimaru replied, his tone even and unbothered. If a place wants peace, it needs a significant number of capable individuals to maintain order. I alone don't have the time or resources to recruit and train so many people from scratch. This is unbelievable, Nono muttered, still trying to process what she had seen. There's nothing unbelievable about it, Orochimaru said calmly. Once technology reaches a certain point, things that seem impossible become achievable. He leaned forward slightly, fixing her with a steady gaze. Now, Nono, have you made your decision? Nono fell silent, deep in thought. The conditions Orochimaru had presented were undeniably tempting. All he asked was for her to oversee one of his experimental bases. In return, she would gain access to his advanced technology, and the safety and sustenance of her orphanage would be guaranteed. If she agreed, she could take in more orphans without fear of food shortages or threats. It was an ideal arrangement, one that aligned perfectly with her goals. Finally, Nono exhaled softly, having made up her mind. Lord Orochimaru, I have 2 final questions before I give my answer. Go ahead, Orochimaru said. First, why did you choose me? Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he explained, I've been observing you for some time. Among everyone I've been watching, you're the only one who meets my requirements. You not only possess medical expertise, but you've also left the village. Left the village? Nanoyu blinked, confused for a moment, before understanding dawned on her. I see. It made sense. If Orochimaru's work were discovered by the village, it would undoubtedly be shut down. To avoid that risk, he couldn't rely on Konoha's shinobi. After a moment of contemplation, Nanoyu took a deep breath and asked her second question. And the last thing. What is your true goal in doing all of this? Everyone has a purpose behind their actions, and Nanoyu knew Orochimaru was no exception. For him to invest so much time, effort, and resources, there had to be something driving him, something big. Hearing her question, a faint smile played on Orochimaru's lips. If I told you I wanted to use science and technology to change the world, would you believe me? Science and technology, to change the world? Nono repeated, stunned. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen watched Tsunade closely. She was dressed casually but seemed unusually distracted, her mood heavy with unease. Tsunade, what's wrong? He asked, his voice gentle yet curious. Nothing, she replied quickly, avoiding his gaze. I just want to go out and clear my head for a while. Clear your head? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Did you and Orochimaru have a fight? And no, it's not that, Tsunade stammered, though her expression betrayed her. Ha! Hiruzen chuckled softly, exhaling a puff of smoke from his pipe. There's no need to explain. I think I understand. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze thoughtful. You're planning to go find him, aren't you? Who said I'm looking for him? Tsunade shot back, though her protest sounded half-hearted. All right, there's no need to deny it, Hiruzen said with a small smile. Just be careful, and don't stay away for too long. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, sensei. Hiruzen watched her leave, noticing the determination in her stride. She had clearly made up her mind. Her luggage had already been packed, and it was obvious she'd been planning this for some time. After giving a few instructions to Nawaki and Kushina, Tsunade made her way toward the village gates. She moved quickly, her mind focused on her destination. So focused, in fact, that she didn't even notice when a white-haired young man greeted her in passing. Once outside the village, Tsunade paused briefly to get her bearings before setting off toward the land of sound. Orochimaru, you bastard. You'd better be ready for me, she muttered under her breath, quickening her pace. Chapter 213, Wait for me, Yahiko. Haha, I'm first. A group of children were running and laughing, chasing one another around the village. Yahiko led the pack, with Nagato and Konan close behind him. Despite the carefree atmosphere, they weren't just playing. Even during moments like these, they were training, building their physical strength to protect themselves in these chaotic times. Among the three, there was a natural sense of competition. Yet, in every training session or test, Yahiko always came out on top. Whether it was because of his innate ability or because the other two held back for him, no one could say for sure. Jiraiya sat on a large rock nearby, arms crossed as he watched the three of them with a slight smile. He had been in this village for more than 3 years now and had seen these kids grow up before his very eyes. Seeing the happy smiles on their faces now filled him with pride. Orochimaru, that guy, he's truly something else, Jiraiya murmured to himself. He actually managed to build a place like this all on his own. Chana, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. Yes. If not for him, I can't imagine what my fate might have been, she said softly. Chana, now 20 years old, wasn't particularly striking in appearance, but she exuded a comforting warmth and friendliness. Her calm and gentle demeanor could put anyone at ease. Jiraiya glanced at her and smiled, about to say something, when... Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of rushing footsteps interrupted him. His head snapped toward the noise, and in the distance, he saw a figure in a purple coat sprinting toward the village at full speed. Jiraiya squinted, his eyes widening slightly as recognition dawned on him. Wait! Tsunade? The figure came to an abrupt stop, landing firmly in front of him. It was indeed Tsunade. The sudden arrival caused the surrounding clones to tense up and prepare for action, but Chana quickly raised a hand, signaling them to stand down. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Jiraiya asked, still surprised. Tsunade didn't waste any time. Ignoring the clones around her, she locked eyes with Jiraiya and demanded, "Where's Orochimaru? Is he here?" Jiraiya blinked, still processing her abrupt arrival. He was here before, but... Where is he? She interrupted, her tone urgent, cutting Jiraiya off mid-sentence. Her intensity made Jiraiya instinctively swallow. Tsunade, calm down. Just answer me. Tsunade snapped, her voice sharp. He left 3 days ago, Jiraiya finally stammered out, still caught off guard by her outburst. Left? Tsunade froze for a moment, her brow furrowing. Jiraiya quickly nodded. Yes, he went southwest. He took someone with him. Someone? Tsunade's sharp gaze zeroed in on him. What kind of person? Jiraiya scratched his chin, trying to recall. A woman. She wore glasses and looked very refined, elegant, even. She had the same kind of calm presence as Chana, he said, motioning toward the girl beside him. Tsunade's expression darkened as her gaze flicked briefly to Chana. That bastard. She muttered under her breath. Jiraiya, sensing where her thoughts were headed, quickly raised his hands. Tsunade, there's nothing going on between them. Really? Tsunade, however, waved him off dismissively. Save it. I don't need you to defend him. Just tell me exactly how they left and what happened. Jiraiya sighed, seeing no way out. Reluctantly, he recounted the details of Orochimaru's departure. When he finished, Tsunade frowned. So you're saying he took 20 subordinates with him? That's right, Jiraiya confirmed. And you have no idea where they were heading? He didn't say, Jiraiya admitted with a shrug. Tsunade nodded, clearly dissatisfied but resigned. Got it. Thanks. Take care of yourself, Jiraiya. Wait, are you leaving already? Don't you need to rest? No time, Tsunade replied curtly. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, Tsunade disappeared in a blur, her speed leaving him speechless. What's with those two lately? He muttered, shaking his head in bewilderment. West of Konoha, near the border of the Fire Country, Orochimaru and Nono were scouting locations for a new underground laboratory. With Nono's orphanage now established, Orochimaru's laboratory was nearly operational. The bulk of the construction had been handled by 20 clones, and Nono wouldn't need to concern herself with the cloning process. Her job would simply be to oversee the facility, ensuring everything ran smoothly. This was an easier task than what Chana managed, as there was no armory involved. Nono's role was to supervise a single cloning lab, a task well suited to her medical expertise. Unlike Chana, who had taken nearly half a year to fully grasp the technology, Nono only needed a month to learn everything Orochimaru taught her. Her sharp mind and experience made her an ideal candidate. As they walked outside the orphanage, Orochimaru's raspy voice broke the silence. Clones don't require food, they only need a nutrient chamber to sustain them, he explained. With the technology one brought back from the Land of Sound, you'll be able to produce most of the food and medicine you need locally. As long as no major ninja village targets this place, you'll be able to care for a large number of people. That's true, Nono agreed, looking up at him. Lord Orochimaru, even though I've been involved with this for a while now, I still find your vision incredible. You, truly are an extraordinary person. Enough with the flattery, Orochimaru said, waving her off dismissively. I'm leaving this place in your hands. Don't disappoint me. You can count on me, Nono said, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru nodded, giving her a few final instructions before turning to leave. The underground lab was extensive, with space for roughly 200 incubation chambers, enough to produce 200 clones every 6 months. With Nono overseeing operations, Orochimaru felt confident in the lab's success. But just as he turned to go, a sharp voice cut through the air. Orochimaru! The sudden shout made him pause. A moment later, a purple blur darted out from behind a nearby boulder, closing the distance in an instant. Tsunade. Her fist flew toward him with devastating force before he had time to react. Bang! The punch landed squarely in his chest, sending him flying backward. Crash! 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 Orochimaru's body smashed through several large trees before finally coming to a stop. Lord Orochimaru. Nono, who hadn't gone far, immediately shouted in alarm and sprinted toward him. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood frozen, her fists still clenched. That impact. It felt real, she murmured, disbelief flashing across her face. Did I actually hit him? Chapter 214, Boom! A puff of white smoke rose, and the air rippled with tension. Whoosh! From within the smoke, Nono's figure emerged. Her cloak and casual attire had vanished, replaced by a sharp, practical outfit. She now wore a vest, a ninja sword strapped to her back, a utility pouch at her waist, and gauntlets on her hands. She crouched low, her right knee bent and her left leg stretched behind her, her body poised like a vigilant predator. Her right hand gripped the hilt of the sword on her back, while her left hand adjusted her glasses before planting itself firmly on the ground for balance. Nono stood between Orochimaru and Tsunade, her cold gaze fixed on the woman before her. Her heart raced. Who is this woman? How could she have landed a sneak attack on Lord Orochimaru? On the other side, Tsunade was equally stunned. Her fists still tingled from the impact. Did I really just hit him? With Orochimaru's strength, such a direct hit should have been impossible. Even if the punch had connected, the sensation wouldn't have felt so real. Doubt and panic swirled in Tsunade's mind. She knew just how devastating her punch had been, enough to take down a tiger with ease. Yet Orochimaru had taken it head-on. Realizing the damage she may have caused, Tsunade felt her stomach twist with guilt. She stepped forward instinctively, intending to check on Orochimaru's condition. But before she could take another step, a flash of steel glinted before her eyes. Nono's ninja sword was drawn, the blade gleaming coldly as it blocked Tsunade's path. Tsunade's instincts kicked in, and she took a step back. Her gaze hardened. You! Nono's voice was cold and unyielding. No matter who you are, I won't let you take another step closer to Lord Orochimaru. I'm trying to treat his injuries. Move aside. Tsunade said sharply, her voice rising in urgency. Treat his injuries? Nono's piercing gaze didn't waver, her disbelief evident. I'm telling you to move. Tsunade shouted, her patience quickly wearing thin. Without waiting for a response, she launched herself into the air. Boom! Her foot slammed into the ground where Nono had been standing, sending cracks spidering through the earth. The raw force of the attack exploded outward, leaving Nono scrambling to dodge. Nono wasn't a combat specialist, she was a spy, and in terms of pure fighting ability, she wasn't even on par with an average jonin. There was no way she could stand against Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The sheer power behind the kick left her shaken. This woman, she's unbelievably strong. As Nono rolled to the side to evade, she realized with a sinking feeling that Tsunade had already closed the distance to Orochimaru. Damn it! Nono gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing her own weakness. But there was no time to dwell on it. She scrambled to her feet, pulling 3 silver needles from her pouch. Even though she knew she couldn't defeat Tsunade, she had to try anything to protect Orochimaru. But just as she raised her arm to throw the needles, she froze. Tsunade wasn't attacking Orochimaru. She was kneeling beside him, her hands glowing faintly green as she applied medical ninjutsu. What's going on? Nono stared, her mind racing. She's healing him? Her sharp eyes scanned Tsunade's movements. As a skilled medical ninja herself, Nono could tell that the woman was genuinely performing first aid. She hit him, and now she's treating him? As Nono's confusion mounted, her gaze shifted back to Tsunade's face. Recognition suddenly struck her. The face, the strength, the technique, it all clicked. Are you Tsunade-sama? Her voice carried a mix of shock and hesitation. She had seen Tsunade before, albeit from a distance, many years ago. But the thought that this was her hadn't even crossed Nono's mind in the heat of the moment. Yes. Tsunade snapped, not looking up from her work. Do you have a first aid kit? Why yes, I do. Nono stammered, still processing the situation. Then bring it to me. Now. Right away. The exchange was quick and efficient, as both women focused on the task at hand. Tsunade's hands glowed brighter as she worked to stabilize Orochimaru. Her voice trembled with a mixture of anger and worry as she scolded him. Orochimaru, you idiot! You could have dodged that punch, why didn't you? Orochimaru, lying on the ground with labored breaths, managed to smirk despite the pain. Calm down. Tsunade. You're overreacting. Overreacting? Tsunade glared at him, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. If I'd hit you any harder, you'd be dead by now. Why didn't you dodge? Dodge? From you? Orochimaru rasped, his tone faint but laced with dry humor. That wouldn't have calmed you down, would it? Tsunade froze for a moment, stunned by his response. You mean to tell me you let me hit you? Orochimaru's faint smirk widened just a little, though blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth. Maybe. You're unbelievable. Tsunade hissed, her voice breaking as tears slid down her cheeks. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have. Stop crying, Orochimaru interrupted, his voice tired but firm. I'm not dying. Just set the bones. The rest will heal on its own. Right. Tsunade sniffled, shaking her head as she tried to focus. Yes, of course. A recovery potion would help. Her hands paused as she fumbled through her pockets. Realizing she hadn't brought any with her, she groaned in frustration. Damn it. I didn't pack one. Orochimaru, where do you keep your potions? I don't have one here, Orochimaru admitted weakly. I'll get it. Nono, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for a response, she dashed toward the orphanage to retrieve supplies. Just hold on, Tsunade muttered, carefully setting Orochimaru's bones with precision. You really don't need the potion, Orochimaru said quietly, his voice still faint. Yes, you do. Tsunade snapped, then paused. Her sharp gaze flicked to his injuries, her hands freezing mid-movement. Wait, your cells. Her eyes widened. You have the sage body, don't you? Orochimaru didn't respond verbally, simply giving her a slight nod. How did you even manage that? Tsunade murmured, momentarily taken aback. But she quickly shook her head. Never mind. I'll focus on healing you for now. By the time Nono returned with the recovery potion, Tsunade had finished setting Orochimaru's bones. Thanks to his regenerative abilities, his body was already starting to repair itself. Tsunade-sama, this is... Chapter 215. Seeing Orochimaru's rapid recovery from his injuries, Nono couldn't hide her surprise. But then she thought about it, Orochimaru had created recovery potions and pioneered cloning technology. Compared to those feats, the ability to repair his own bones didn't seem all that impossible. With this realization, Nono quickly composed herself. It was 7 o'clock in the evening at the orphanage. This newly established orphanage was still empty, with no one living there besides Nono. Most of the rooms remained vacant, save for one guest room illuminated by the dim glow of a candle. Inside, Tsunade sat beside the bed, her gaze fixed on Orochimaru, who was lying there with a calm demeanor. Conflicting emotions stirred within her. When she thought about how reckless and dismissive Orochimaru had been earlier, she wanted to punch him all over again. But when she remembered how he hadn't even tried to avoid her attacks, allowing himself to take the full brunt of her strength, a pang of fear crept into her heart. Two entirely opposite feelings warred inside her, leaving her deeply unsettled. "How did you find me, Tsunade?" Orochimaru suddenly asked, his calm voice breaking the silence. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts. I went to the Sound Village. Jiraiya told me where you might be," she admitted. Her voice was quieter than usual, and she avoided Orochimaru's gaze, guilt from her earlier outburst weighing on her. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "He only knew the general direction I left in, not my exact location." He paused, then continued, "How long did it take you to find me?" "A month and a half," Tsunade replied after a brief hesitation. "A month and a half?" Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, then let out a small, exasperated sigh. "So, you spent all that time searching for me just to hit me a few times?" I just wanted to knock some sense into you. And besides, you didn't even try to dodge," Tsunade shot back, her confidence returning. "Also, don't think for a second that I'm going to forgive you just because of that." "Oh? Then what do you plan to do?" Orochimaru asked, his tone light. Tsunade opened her mouth to respond but faltered, unable to come up with an answer. What could she do to him, really? She had hit him, yelled at him, and vented her frustration. Yet, despite all that, the idea of truly cutting ties with him never crossed her mind. After everything they had been through together over the years, a few disagreements or fights weren't enough to sever their bond. "I haven't decided yet," Tsunade finally said, her voice firm. "But you owe me for this, and I'm not letting you forget it." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Fine. Just think of it as me owing you one." Tsunade seemed satisfied with his response. Orochimaru, meanwhile, rubbed the area where she had punched him earlier, then propped himself up with his hands and sat upright on the bed. "You're injured," Tsunade started to say, but Orochimaru cut her off. "It's nothing." Tsunade frowned, but then her expression shifted as another thought came to her. "Speaking of which, I didn't have a chance to ask earlier, how did you manage to gain the sage body? You're not from my clan, are you?" Orochimaru blinked, clearly caught off guard by the question. "Good grief, the two of us. Don't even think about it." Orochimaru interrupted, waving her off before she could continue. "Even if we trace our bloodlines back 1,000 years, there's no way we'd be related. But, this kind of ability..." Tsunade trailed off. "With my research skills, achieving something like the sage body isn't out of reach," Orochimaru replied casually, brushing off her concerns. Time has a way of dulling anger, and for Tsunade, the same was true. After spending some time with Orochimaru, her initial fury began to fade. However, when she saw Orochimaru walking side by side with Nono earlier, something inside her reignited. It wasn't jealousy exactly, but an inexplicable irritation. Even though Orochimaru and Nono hadn't acted the least bit intimate, it still bothered her. And so, she hadn't held back when she punched him earlier. Even she was surprised that Orochimaru hadn't avoided her blow. Though his body seemed unscathed, the fact that he had taken the hit willingly left her with a strange mix of guilt and confusion. Then there was Nono's reaction, how she seemed to step in defensively, as if shielding Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, do you think I have a bad temper?" Tsunade asked suddenly, her voice sharp. Orochimaru stared at her, puzzled. "When did I say that? Besides, haven't you always had this temper?" "You used to think I was annoying," she muttered, her tone softer now. "I only thought you were annoying because you kept asking the same kinds of questions over and over," Orochimaru replied bluntly. "As one of the Sannin, don't you think it's a bit tedious to focus on relationship drama all the time? I was just trying to show you that I cared about you." "Cared?" Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. Let's just drop it, Tsunade. There's no point in dragging this out any further. Tsunade hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Fine. But, can you at least tell me when you'll come back to the village? I still have unfinished business here. It'll take at least a few more months. You should head back tomorrow, Orochimaru said firmly. Tomorrow? I want to stay here for 2 more days, Tsunade protested. Do whatever you want. Then I want you to stay with me. That night, the two talked at length, but Orochimaru never explained how he had obtained his sage body. Tsunade didn't press him further, understanding that some secrets were better left untold. By the next morning, Tsunade had convinced Orochimaru to stay at the orphanage with her for 2 days. During that time, she spent most of her hours chatting with Nono, a fact that left Orochimaru slightly perplexed. Still, he didn't dwell on it. On the 3rd morning, as everyone prepared to part ways, Orochimaru pulled Nono aside. Lord Orochimaru, is there something you need? Nono asked, her tone polite but curious. Something just occurred to me, Orochimaru said, his voice calm. When you were on your last infiltration mission, you wouldn't happen to have kept any maps of Suna and Iwa, would you? Maps? Nono echoed. Yes. You should have them, right? Of course, Nono confirmed without hesitation. She reached for a bamboo tube strapped to her waist and handed it to him. I always carry maps with me. If you need them, they're yours. Orochimaru said nothing, opening the tube and pulling out the map inside. He scanned it briefly before frowning. There's no cemetery marked on this. Chapter 216, Nono was a highly skilled and seasoned spy. Her infiltration missions weren't simply about entering enemy territory. Instead, they required her to infiltrate enemy ninja villages themselves, extracting critical intelligence while avoiding detection. Considering the strict confidentiality maintained by the great nations over their ninja village operations, missions like these were unimaginably difficult. It wasn't just about sneaking in, it was about gaining the trust of enemy shinobi, uncovering vital information, and then sending that intelligence back to her homeland without getting caught. This level of infiltration was impossible for anyone without rigorous and specialized training. Even Orochimaru, for all his genius and capabilities, couldn't manage it at this level, not yet. This was why he needed Nono. Her experience and knowledge of Suna and Iwa made her an invaluable resource, saving him a great deal of trouble. Graves, a cemetery? Nono blinked in surprise at Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, just the approximate locations will do. I see. Nono nodded in understanding, her tone calm. As a spy, one of Nono's strengths was her ability to suppress curiosity. A skilled ninja never asked unnecessary questions, especially when speaking to a superior. Orochimaru's request, unusual as it was, didn't warrant further thought from her. Cemeteries aren't important locations, so I never marked them on the maps, Nono explained, closing her eyes to recall the information. After a brief moment, she opened them and pointed to specific spots on the map at Orochimaru's hand. The cemetery for Suna should be roughly here, and the one for Iwa is probably here. Understood, Orochimaru said with a nod. With Nono's help, he not only gained the locations of the cemeteries but also valuable details about infiltrating both villages. Nono's knowledge included key areas to avoid and individuals to be wary of. You really are an excellent spy, Nono, Orochimaru remarked, his admiration genuine. I'm hardly worthy of such praise, Nono replied, a bit flustered by the compliment. Everyone has their strengths, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. But I'll have to leave things here to you from now on. Understood, my lord. Safe travels, Nono said respectfully. As Orochimaru walked away, he was approached by Tsunade. What were you and Nono talking about? She asked. Nothing much. I was just asking her for some information, Orochimaru replied casually. Oh! Tsunade's tone was neutral, but her expression betrayed a flicker of unease. Tsunade, let's part ways here, Orochimaru said as they approached a fork in the road. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, reluctant. But then she nodded. All right. Just come back soon. I'll do my best, Orochimaru replied before turning away and disappearing with a flash of the body flicker technique. Tsunade stood still for a moment, watching the empty space where he had been. Then, with a determined expression, she turned and began her journey back to Konoha. Although the ninja war had ended prematurely due to Orochimaru's defeat of the Kazekage, the peace was far from absolute. Small skirmishes and conflicts still erupted here and there. Avoiding the friction points between the larger nations, Orochimaru moved through the smaller countries where he had conducted trades in the past. The purpose of obtaining the maps from Nono was now clear: to find the remains of powerful individuals from different nations and gather their genetic material for his research. His ultimate goal was to perfect the Edo Tensei, the reanimation jutsu. However, before targeting the great ninja villages for their strongest, Orochimaru needed to refine his technique. This required living test subjects, and he intended to find them in these smaller nations. The strength of the resurrected individuals depended heavily on the quality of the sacrifices used. At the moment, Orochimaru had two prime options: white Zetsu and clones infused with the first Hokage's cells. But white Zetsu was too elusive to capture, and the clones didn't yet have a sufficient concentration of Hashirama cells. The experiments were still far from complete, making the use of clones inefficient. As a result, Orochimaru needed suitable test subjects, living individuals whose sacrifice would bring his experiments closer to perfection. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Half a year later, in Iwa Ninja Village. The village, surrounded by towering rocky mountains, was a natural fortress. Its location made it one of the most secure and defensible ninja villages in the world, almost impenetrable to enemy forces. However, its isolation also made external communication more challenging. On one moonlit night, an uninvited guest approached Iwa Ninja Village. He was clad in a tan uniform and wore the forehead protector of Tsunade, his hair tied up and covered by a turban styled in the fashion of Iwa ninja. Standing at a distance, Orochimaru gazed at the fortress ahead, deep in thought. After a brief pause, he pulled out a special kunai and planted it firmly into the ground. Then, raising his arms, a stream of dark matter flowed out from his sleeves and gathered on his back, forming massive black wings. Magnet release, Iron Sand Sky Wing. This was the flight technique of the third Kazekage. With a gentle flap of the wings, Orochimaru ascended into the air, his figure cutting through the night sky. As he climbed higher, the sprawling buildings of Iwa Ninja Village became smaller and smaller in his view. Using this ability for flight is far from efficient, Orochimaru muttered to himself. The technique relied on altering the surrounding magnetic field to achieve flight, but the higher he flew, the more chakra it consumed. If it weren't for his near-limitless chakra reserves granted by his current body, he wouldn't even consider using this method to fly so high. But now, as Orochimaru hovered in the sky, the entirety of Iwa Ninja Village lay spread out before him. The darkness of night concealed his presence, and his black wings blended seamlessly into the shadows. At this height, no one in the village would notice him. Orochimaru glanced down and pulled out a small container holding 4 specially crafted flies. These flies, equipped with infrared night vision capabilities, were perfect for reconnaissance. In terms of utility, they rivaled even Deidara's creations. Releasing the flies, Orochimaru watched their perspective unfold as they scouted the village below. It wasn't long before they located the cemetery marked by Nono. As expected, a sensory barrier, Orochimaru murmured, his lips curling slightly. Pulling out another kunai, Orochimaru observed the area through the scout fly's perspective and identified a shadowy, uninhabited spot just beyond the barrier. With a flick of his wrist, the flying thunder god kunai sailed through the air and embedded itself in the soft earth below, bypassing the sensory barrier. Moments later, Orochimaru's figure with his massive black wings appeared in the kunai's position. So far, infiltration missions don't seem to be much of a challenge for me. Chapter 217, The Flying Thunder God Technique, a space-time ninjutsu capable of instant teleportation. As long as the user places a Flying Thunder God mark somewhere, they can traverse any distance to that point. Newly carved marks retain a strong spiritual connection with the user, allowing them to teleport no matter how far away they are. This was evident during the Fourth Great Ninja War when Minato Namikaze used the technique to transport Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage, across several countries, a journey spanning thousands of miles in an instant. However, the power of the Flying Thunder God mark isn't permanent. Over time, its spiritual connection to the caster weakens. As the power diminishes, so does the range of the teleportation. In some cases, if the mark becomes too faint, the connection can completely vanish. Even standing right next to the mark won't let the user detect it unless they test it manually. This limitation was evident during the original attack of the Nine Tails, when Minato fought Obito. The Flying Thunder God mark he had placed on Obito during that battle remained intact for years, but Minato didn't recognize it until much later, only confirming its existence through trial and error. Returning to the present, Orochimaru's kunai had just been thrown. Freshly carved and brimming with power, the Flying Thunder God mark could easily bypass the sensory barriers of Iwa Ninja Village. These barriers were only designed to detect objects infused with chakra, but the Flying Thunder God mark was purely spiritual, making it undetectable. Using the kunai as an anchor, Orochimaru was able to infiltrate the village without being noticed. In the ninja world, aerial defense and detection capabilities were sorely lacking. Ninja villages had almost no effective countermeasures against airborne threats. This weakness had been exposed in the past, such as when Deidara, a mere teenager at the time, terrorized Tsunade with his flying clay bombs. Despite the village's defenses, he single-handedly overwhelmed them and successfully abducted Gaara. Deidara's ability to attack from the air and his expertise in bombing made him a devastating force, akin to a modern-day terrorist. In the ninja world, where air power was so underdeveloped, such abilities were practically unstoppable. Thus, aerial infiltration was the most efficient way to sneak into a ninja village undetected. Orochimaru, with his flight capabilities, combined with the reconnaissance abilities of his flies and the teleportation power of the Flying Thunder God technique, could penetrate any village with ease. As his wings of sand and iron dissolved into nothingness, Orochimaru retrieved the kunai he had thrown and quickly moved to find cover. After confirming that the area was clear, he began his true objective, his grave-robbing operation. Though Orochimaru was undeniably strong now, possessing the near-limitless chakra of a sage's body, as well as techniques like Susanoo and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he wasn't one to act recklessly. Carelessness at this stage, before his goals were achieved, would be disastrous. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, under the soft glow of the evening lights, a brief encounter unfolded on the streets. "Tsunade, would you like to have a drink with me?" The voice was gentle, almost inviting. "No, I've got a lot of things to take care of when I get back," Tsunade replied curtly. "I see. Well, take care then. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Tsunade gave a brief nod. "Come on, Kushina, let's go." The two walked away, their conversation ending as quickly as it had begun. Kushina, now 12 years old, walked beside Tsunade, her curiosity piqued. She glanced back at the retreating figure of the man who had spoken to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, why do you always refuse his invitations?" "We're not busy, are we?" Tsunade frowned, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then she sighed. "It's because of that guy. Orochimaru." "Orochimaru-sama?" Kushina asked, tilting her head. "Yeah. Orochimaru doesn't like him." "Oh. I see." Kushina giggled lightly. "It sounds like you really listen to Orochimaru-sama." "Who said that?" Tsunade snapped, her voice sharp. "I just think he has a point. As a woman with a boyfriend, it's better to keep a respectable distance from other men." "Really?" Kushina blinked, half understanding Tsunade's words. Her thoughts wandered to the time when Orochimaru had carried her home. If touching a man crossed the line, what about that night? She distinctly remembered him touching her leg. Did that count as crossing the line? Wait, her thigh? The memory suddenly resurfaced, and Kushina's face flushed a deep red. Her mind betrayed her, replaying the scene of Tsunade leaning against a tree with her back to Orochimaru. "What's wrong with me?" Kushina muttered to herself, ashamed of her own thoughts. She shook her head vigorously, forcing the memories out of her mind. In a dark, isolated basement elsewhere in the world, an old man sat alone. His body was frail, his hair white with age, and his single visible eye gazed emptily at the shadows around him. His stooped posture and withered face told the story of years spent confined to this sealed space. Most people would lose their sanity after spending only a few days in such conditions, but this man had endured it for years. "Madara, I'm back," a voice called softly. A white head emerged from the ground, its tone unusually gentle and feminine. "Zetsu," Madara greeted without looking up. His voice was weak, each word spoken with visible effort. "How is Nagato doing?" "They're doing well," White Zetsu replied. "Jiraiya of the Sannin has been teaching them ninjutsu." "Sannin?" Madara scoffed lightly. "A meaningless title. Compared to the god of the ninja world, it's nothing." "True," White Zetsu agreed. "But it's good for Nagato to have a peaceful childhood." "That's all I hope for," Madara murmured. "Oh, by the way, Madara, the one who brought Nagato back to his village, the other member of the Sannin, he's quite an unusual character." "You mean Orochimaru?" Madara asked without hesitation, as if the name were already familiar to him. "Yes. His actions are strange, to say the least. He's a Konoha ninja, yet he's built his own village in secret. I can't make sense of it." "Interesting," Madara said, his tone calm. "Have you investigated his village?" "I've been inside before," White Zetsu explained. "Security was lax back then, but lately, there have been more and more shinobi there. It's harder to get close now." "Then don't waste your efforts investigating Orochimaru," Madara decided. "Just focus on Nagato." "Understood," White Zetsu said, sinking back into the ground. Chapter 218, The Ancestor of Chakra, Akatsuki Kagaya, created a manifestation of her will known as Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu manipulated Uchiha Madara into resurrecting Kagaya. Before that, Madara had manipulated Obito, who in turn tricked Nagato into pursuing the Eye of the Moon plan. The entire history of the ninja world was steeped in one conspiracy after another, an endless web of manipulation. But Orochimaru, knowing the truth behind it all, remained indifferent. He believed in one principle: in the face of overwhelming power, conspiracies and schemes were meaningless. Stopping Madara's resurrection would have been easy for someone like Orochimaru. All it would take was digging out the Rinnegan, sealing it in a potion bottle, and storing it in his system vault. No further precautions would be needed. Yet, Orochimaru had no desire to take that path. The resurrection of Madara wasn't something he considered a priority. For someone like Orochimaru, who already understood the timeline of future events, whether Madara returned or not was entirely dependent on his mood. There was no reason to go out of his way to prevent it. Slowly emerging from the ground, Orochimaru adjusted his vision to the dim light and sighed, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "If I had a choice, I'd rather not be digging up graves all day." The Edo Tensei, or Reanimation Jutsu, required the genetic material of powerful individuals. Tomb robbing was a necessity. With his mastery of Earth Release, no one could carry out this task faster or more efficiently than Orochimaru. He could fly, teleport using the Flying Thunder God technique, and his proficiency in infiltration was unparalleled. Though his Earth Release techniques weren't quite as advanced as White Zetsu's, they were more than sufficient for the job. At most, Orochimaru only needed a single night to raid the cemetery of an entire ninja village. "Hey, you there! What are you doing here so early in the morning?" A sudden shout interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. The sound of footsteps followed as 3 IWA ninjas approached. Orochimaru, still dressed in the uniform of IWA Ninja Village, had his back turned to them, so they hadn't yet identified him as an intruder. Hearing the shout, Orochimaru's expression turned slightly amused. Have the patrols let their guard down now that the war is over? He murmured to himself. Then, with a smirk, he added, oh well, goodbye. Whoosh! Orochimaru vanished instantly, leaving the three IWA ninjas staring at empty air in bewilderment. Did he just disappear? One of the ninjas stammered, rubbing his eyes. He tried to convince himself it was just his imagination, but the memory was too vivid to ignore. You saw it too, right? Another asked nervously. I thought I was seeing things. No way! How could someone just vanish into thin air? It couldn't have been a ghost, could it? Don't even joke about that, the third ninja snapped, his voice shaking. This needs to be reported to Lord Kazekage immediately. The three agreed and hurried off to report the incident. By the time the third Kazekage, Inoki, received the news, it had taken on an almost supernatural tone. According to the report, a strange IWA ninja had been spotted near the cemetery in the early morning hours. All three patrol guards had seen him, but the figure had vanished into thin air. Inoki, skeptical yet cautious, ordered an immediate investigation. The Boundary Department found no signs of infiltration. The guards at the village gates had noticed nothing unusual. Even after mobilizing the entire village to comb the area, they found no trace of an intruder. Confusion spread among the IWA ninja. Had all three guards been seeing things? Or was there really a ghost? The possibility sent shivers down their spines. Of course, the three patrol guards were the most terrified of all. They couldn't shake the feeling that the figure they had seen bore a striking resemblance to a deceased ninja. Unaware of the chaos he had caused in IWA, Orochimaru had already moved on to Tsunade. Just as before, he placed a flying thunder god kunai outside the village, infiltrated from above, and used the teleportation technique to bypass the barriers undetected. With the coordinates provided by Nono, his work was seamless. This time, no one even noticed his presence. Speaking of the flying thunder god kunai, Orochimaru had made some customizations. The design of the mark on the kunai could be altered based on personal preference. For example, the second Hokage had a unique design for his mark, while Minato Namake's flying thunder god kunai had a distinct trident shape. Orochimaru, true to his nature, had chosen a coiled snake design for his mark. Unlike Minato, Orochimaru didn't rely on the flying thunder god jutsu as a primary combat technique. As a result, he hadn't invested in creating specialized kunai. Instead, he used ordinary kunai, attaching his custom mark to their handles. The days of tomb robbing were monotonous, and several more passed in a blur. A few days later, at the border between the land of wind and the land of fire, Orochimaru stood at the foot of a remote mountain. Squatting down, he placed his hands together in a series of seals. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. With a rumbling noise, two upright coffins burst out of the ground. The first coffin's door bore black characters on a blue background, marked with the number 3. The second coffin's door bore black characters on a yellow background, marked with the number 2. Squeak! Bang! Both coffin doors fell to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within, two figures emerged, stepping forward with stiff movements. The first was a man with striking dark blue hair, yellow eyes, and a blue Kazekage robe. His features resembled those of the Uchiha, though his aura was distinctly different. The second figure was entirely wrapped in bandages, with only a single eye visible. He wore a black ribbon as a forehead protector and simple black pants. Standing before Orochimaru were the third Kazekage and the second Kazekage, Mu. What is going on here? Mu asked, staring at his hands in disbelief. His movements were sluggish, but he retained a semblance of consciousness. The third Kazekage's sharp eyes immediately focused on Orochimaru. You! Orochimaru? Welcome back to the world of the living, Orochimaru said, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. Lord Kazekage, it's been a while. What is this? The third Kazekage demanded. I didn't give you my body, so how? There's no time to explain, Orochimaru interrupted smoothly. From now on, you're both my tools. Tools? The third Kazekage's tone turned icy. I am Kazekage. Do you truly think you can reduce me to something as insignificant as a tool? Kazekage? Orochimaru chuckled. You are Kazekage. But that's no longer the case. What did you say? Why don't you try moving your body and see for yourself? Orochimaru suggested, his voice calm but laced with an unsettling confidence. The third Kazekage's expression twisted. Orochimaru, what have you done to me? Chapter 219. After the third Kazekage was summoned, his attention remained fixed on Orochimaru. He failed to notice anything strange about himself at first. It wasn't until the second Tsuchikage, Mu, spoke that he realized something was amiss. When he turned to look, the person beside him was someone he instantly recognized. You, are you the second Tsuchikage from the land of Earth? Do I have no presence? Mu replied calmly, his tone laced with sarcasm. He then turned his attention to Orochimaru. And you, boy standing over there. Which country do you hail from? How is it that you know this technique? His eyes narrowed, deep suspicion evident in his gaze. If my memory serves me right, this disgraceful jutsu was created by the second Hokage of Konoha village. As expected of the second Tsuchikage, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Your memory is impeccable. Mu looked at his hands, studying his form. Are you one of the second Hokage's disciples? No, interrupted the third Kazekage. This man's name is Orochimaru. He's a disciple of the third Hokage. The third Hokage? Yes, the third Kazekage said bitterly. This guy's abilities are highly unusual. Not only does he possess the speed of the second Hokage, but he also wields the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. I. His voice faltered as the memory of his death resurfaced, Flying Thunder God combined with a Mangekyo Sharingan ability. The sequence of events that led to his demise remained a point of frustration and confusion for him. The speed of the second Hokage and the Sharingan? Mu's eyes reflected a flicker of disbelief. That's impossible. As someone who had been contemporaneous with the second Hokage, Mu was well acquainted with his abilities, as well as the traits of the Uchiha. This pale-skinned figure before him didn't match either description. I didn't believe it either, said the third Kazekage, his tone low and begrudging. But that's how I died. For a man of his stature, the shame of being killed in such a bewildering way weighed heavily on him. Orochimaru listened to their conversation, a strange feeling stirring within him. Somehow, the more he watched the two former Kage interact, the less sinister this technique felt to him. Perhaps, under different circumstances, the Edo Tensei might not be a forbidden jutsu at all. After all, it allowed people to meet those they had longed to see again and gave the dead a chance to say their final words, words they might not have had the chance to speak in life. But Orochimaru quickly shook off such sentimental thoughts. All right, you too, he said, waving his hand dismissively. That's enough chatter. The only reason I summoned you was to test the perfection of this technique. Now that I've done so, you're no longer needed. Back to your coffins. The third Kazekage and second Tsuchikage both felt a force pulling them, compelling their bodies to move against their will. Damn it! The third Kazekage muttered angrily. This is infuriating. Mu added, his tone grim. Boom! The coffin lids slammed shut, muffling their voices as they were sealed inside. Moments later, the coffins themselves disappeared without a trace. Orochimaru stood in the now empty clearing, his hand on his chin as he mused to himself. Their consciousness is recovering well, but their strength is still lacking. I'll need higher quality sacrifices to take this further. The Edo Tensei, a jutsu that manipulates the dead, had earned its reputation as a despicable and sinister technique. Even Tobirama Senju, its creator, had not escaped the stigma attached to it. But Orochimaru was unfazed by such labels. In the entire ninja world, no one suspected him of mastering this jutsu. Aside from Danzo, only Mu and the third Kazekage were aware of its existence. He was confident that by the time anyone realized the scope of his plans, it would already be too late for them to intervene. Back in Konoha, in the Land of Fire, Orochimaru had returned to the village after completing his latest round of experimentation. He hadn't yet targeted Kumo or Kirigakure due to a lack of intelligence about their inner workings. Successfully infiltrating those villages would require more meticulous planning. For now, his return to Konoha served two purposes. The journey from the Land of Rivers had been smooth, making it convenient for him to stop by, and he needed more of the first Hokage's cells to continue refining his clones. "You're always running off somewhere, Orochimaru." This was the first thing Danzo said upon seeing him. The two were currently inside the Root headquarters, seated across from one another in a dimly lit office. To Danzo, Orochimaru's frequent absences were nothing short of irritating. During peacetime, Orochimaru was practically impossible to track down, which Danzo, as his superior, found deeply unsatisfying. "What's wrong?" Orochimaru asked, his tone disinterested. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Danzo said sharply. "Your experiments, of course. How can you conduct proper research when you're always running off somewhere?" "Don't be so quick to judge," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. "I've been traveling to gather ideas for new research projects." Danzo frowned but didn't interrupt. Orochimaru continued, "I've already completed the projects you've requested: genetic enhancement serums, Sharingan transplantation, first Hokage cell integration. I even helped Konoha develop the genetic repair fluid and the prototype for scientific ninja tools. So tell me, what more could I possibly have left to work on?" Danzo paused, considering Orochimaru's words. "Then, have you found any new research projects?" "Not yet," Orochimaru admitted, his tone casual. "Finding new directions takes inspiration. These things can't be rushed." Though Orochimaru's response was partly fabricated, it wasn't entirely untrue. Groundbreaking research often required a spark of insight. Danzo mulled this over for a moment before speaking again. "If inspiration is what you lack, then focus on would-release research in the meantime." "Would-release?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Danzo said. "Didn't you say before that it's possible to create would-release users even without my method?" Orochimaru nodded slowly. "Yes, it's possible. But the results are inferior to true would-release, and the process is time-consuming." "That doesn't matter. We'll find a group of children and train them to develop would-release as a backup force. Time isn't an issue." Orochimaru frowned slightly but kept his thoughts to himself. After a moment, he relented. "Fine. But I don't have the time to round up children myself." "You don't need to concern yourself with that," Danzo said coolly. "I'll handle it." Danzo's indifferent demeanor sent a chill through Orochimaru. In a world where human lives were often seen as disposable, experiments on living subjects had become disturbingly normalized. Even Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, had conducted similar experiments during his lifetime. Letting out a quiet sigh, Orochimaru nodded. "Very well. But the children used for this research should ideally be under 5 years old." "I understand," Danzo replied with calm detachment. Chapter 220, Genetic Modification is a scientific technique capable of altering human genes at their core. Orochimaru had already proven its effectiveness in the original series through his experiments on Yamato. While not particularly profound by his standards, to the average person, it was a technology that defied natural laws and human ethics. After all, these experiments required live subjects, and more often than not, children. To the ordinary observer, such practices represented a grotesque distortion of morality. But Orochimaru didn't care. To him, this was no longer an experiment, it was merely a process of mass-producing a would-release army. Failures? There wouldn't be any, unless the subject was already terminally ill. The outcome of this procedure was almost guaranteed. Kato-dan? As the evening settled in and Orochimaru returned from Root headquarters, he paused, frowning slightly as he caught sight of a familiar white-haired figure outside a dango shop in the distance. Wasn't this man supposed to be dead? In Orochimaru's memory, Kato-dan had died during the Second Great Ninja War. But now that the war was over much earlier than it should have been, there he was, alive and well. Did my intervention in ending the war early change his fate? Orochimaru wondered. Or was it because Tsunade had stayed by his side this time? Perhaps it's both? These thoughts swirled in his mind as he tried to make sense of this unexpected turn of events. Lord Orochimaru. Haha, you're back. A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Orochimaru turned around, only to find a small red-haired figure running toward him. Before he could react, Kushina leapt into his arms with a wide grin. Kushina! Orochimaru froze for a moment, surprised. While it wasn't unusual for Kushina to have a good impression of him after all, he had deliberately saved her during the attempted kidnapping by the Cloud Ninjas, her behavior now was far more affectionate than he anticipated. What's with this level of closeness? Orochimaru mused. Kushina, are you by yourself? He asked, smiling faintly as he reached out to gently ruffle her bright red hair. Don't you have anyone else to play with? Other people? Kushina tilted her head, confused. No, I don't have any friends in Konoha. No friends? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. Unlike Naruto in the future, Kushina was a Jinchuriki during a time of war, meaning her freedom was severely restricted. Even after graduating, she could only take on D-rank missions, never stepping far beyond the village walls. Her classmates avoided her because of her unusual red hair, and she herself had no interest in mingling with those who ostracized her. Normally, someone like Minato might have befriended her, but because of Orochimaru's interference, their paths hadn't crossed. In fact, Kushina seemed to have no intention of getting closer to Minato at all. So, I've inadvertently altered her fate as well. Orochimaru realized, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Why don't you come over to my house? He offered casually. Really? Okay. Kushina beamed, her excitement palpable. Ordinarily, a 13 or 14-year age gap between two people would create an almost insurmountable generation gap, especially between a man and a young girl. That night, when he had saved her from the Cloud Ninja, had clearly left an indelible mark on her. Whoever had saved her that night would hold a special place in her heart, especially since Orochimaru had deliberately fostered this connection afterward. And now, this same girl was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's gaze turned contemplative as he watched Kushina fiddling with a pair of wireless headphones at his desk. The thought of obtaining the Ninetales had crossed his mind long ago, but the complications it would cause gave him pause. Removing a tailed beast from its host was a fatal process, and as much as Orochimaru pursued his ambitions without hesitation, the idea of letting Kushina die in such a way felt wasteful. From what he recalled, there was no method to safely extract a tailed beast from its host without killing the Jinchuriki, unless he used the forbidden reincarnation jutsu to trade his life for hers, or replenished her with another tailed beast immediately after extraction. Neither of those options appealed to him. The first was out of the question. Orochimaru wasn't about to sacrifice his life for anyone. As for the second, it defeated the purpose of removing the Ninetales in the first place. Adding to this, Kushina's current trajectory seemed to indicate that she wouldn't form any bond with Minato. Without their connection, Naruto's existence was no longer guaranteed. And even if Naruto were born, he likely wouldn't be the Naruto Orochimaru remembered. He might lack his connection to the Uzumaki clan, or even the Ninetales itself. It was fascinating how a single change could ripple across so many lives. The butterfly effect truly works in mysterious ways, Orochimaru thought with an amused expression. Orochimaru! Orochimaru! A familiar voice broke his train of thought. Turning toward the source, Orochimaru saw Tsunade approaching. I'll get the door. Kushina chirped, hopping off her chair and rushing to open it. Moments later, Tsunade stepped inside, her expression a mixture of annoyance and relief. You didn't even tell me you were back, she scolded, walking toward him. Later that night, in the quiet of Orochimaru's bedroom, the two lay side by side. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, turned to him with a questioning look. Orochimaru, what's going on? We just finished, and now you're lying there like your mind is somewhere else. It's nothing, Orochimaru replied casually. By the way, how's Nawaki doing? Tsunade's expression softened. He's doing well. He's a full-fledged jonin now. He's capable of standing on his own. Is that so? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts aligning with a decision he had been mulling over. Tsunade propped herself up on one elbow, eyeing him curiously. Hey, now that you're back, you're not planning to run off again, are you? Not for a while, Orochimaru replied before pausing. Then, almost abruptly, he added, Tsunade, let's get married. What? Tsunade blinked, stunned. This wasn't like the Orochimaru she knew, the one who used to brush her off or change the subject whenever the topic got too personal. Are you serious? She asked hesitantly. Orochimaru nodded slightly. It might seem sudden, but I'm being sincere. To prove it, let me show you something. What is it? Get dressed first. Confused but intrigued, Tsunade quickly slipped into her clothes. Orochimaru did the same, donning his robe. Let's go, he said, scooping her up into his arms. Tsunade was startled at first, he hadn't held her like this in a long time. Before she could react further, the scenery around them shifted. Darkness enveloped them as the sound of rushing wind filled her ears. She instinctively glanced around, realizing that they were no longer on the ground. Looking closer, she noticed the massive black wings on Orochimaru's back, flapping gently as they hovered in the air. You can fly? Tsunade exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.